když já si vyskočím, tak já si ten vyrazím. Já mám v levé noze trnabeček, já mám v levé noze trnabeček, trn.
Tak, přátelé, Hustopecká kasa nám
Well, if you've just tuned in, this is the Hustopece Indoor Athletics competition featuring high jumping and the very high quality high jumping indeed. Women's competition will get underway at around 17:10 Central European time in Hustopece. But just to keep you entertained and the crowd in the municipal sports hall in Hustopece, we've been watching the Hustopečská kasa, the folklore ensemble, performing a series of folk dances from other regions in Moravia.
Tak si myslím, že už jenom díky tady tomu vystoupení jsou Hustopeče prostě světový, protože dovedete si představit, a můžu klidně mluvit česky, protože si to doufám tvrdit, že většina atletek tady nerozumí, co se třeba takovým Australankám hodí v hlavě, když slyšeli ten song. Jsou zvyklí na světla, světelnou show, bubny, prostě kde si cosi, ale tohle to určitě ne. Každopádně já jsem to nakoukal v televizi, v reality show
microphone at the moment, Wojciech Novotný, one of the Czech Republic's well-known sports presenters, and alongside him Miroslav Struhal, long-time presenter of this Hustopece Indoor High Jump Meeting, the Hustopece SKÁKÁNÍ.
Děkujeme vám moc krát, to jsme tady ještě neměli takovéhle zahájení za 25 let, ale jsme nesmírně vděční. Ještě jednou děkujeme moc krát a můžete se jít dívat, případně cokoliv, co uznáte za vhodné. Tak, dámy a pánové, krátká zmínka. Dámy a pánové, přivítáme na
So now the official opening of this meeting,
starostku města paní
as we
doktorku
gradually
Hanu
move towards the
Fotněšilovou.
start of the women's event, which is coming up, as I said,
Další
at
dámou, kterou bych rád
17:10 Central
přivítala,
European time,
představil vám,
and also to mark
je
your
Šárka
cards.
Kašpárková,
The men's
mistryně
event
světa v
is
trojskoku
scheduled
z roku
for
1997
7:15
a bronzová
local
z
time.
olympijských her roku 96. A přivítáme taky zástupce našeho generálního sponzora, pana Martina Radu, generálního ředitele Agroteku. Jo, on je na cestě, takže přijde co by dub. Paní starostko, máte čest náš meeting zahájit.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové, milí příznivci skoku do výšky a
So,
atletiky
Martina Rada,
vůbec, sportu
Director
vůbec.
of
Já vás
Agrotech
co nejsrdečněji
Hustopece,
vítám v našem krásném
the
malebném
title
městečku
sponsors.
Hustopečích, kde už po 25. je tento už dneska světový meeting. Já bych chtěla jenom říct, že sice se pyšníme jako město dobrého vína, města mandloní, ale v tomto případě platí i to, že Hustopeče myslí na všechno ostatní, myslí také na sport, nejen na atletiku, ale i na jiné oblasti sportu. Takže u nás se sportuje, u nás se lidé baví, u nás můžete popít dobrou mandlovku nebo dobré vínko, ale můžete se také tady pěkně bavit. Já přeji všem sportovcům, aby se jim v Hustopečích dařilo, minimálně tak jako v Třinci, a vám všem přeji krásnou zábavu.
Krásné odpoledne. Já myslím, že tady mluvit po paní starostce už je hrozně těžké, protože to byla hrozně hezká řeč. Jsem hrozně ráda, že se tady scházíme už po 25. jak jsem slyšela, takže to je úplně úžasné číslo. Jsem hrozně ráda, že už se tady zaplňují uchozy, protože bez vás diváků by to nešlo, protože vy tady vždycky vytvoříte tu krásnou atmosféru, díky které tady už jsme mohli vidět úžasné výkony. Samozřejmě chci poděkovat i místním organizátorům a nadšencům, že už tolik let tady tu laťku drží a věřím, že se tady budeme potkávat ještě dál, a závodníkům teda přeju, ať se jim dneska daří, ať nám tady připraví ty nejlepší výkony, ať nám tady předvedou, na které jsme se přišli podívat. Takže hezké sportovní odpoledne všem.
Tak. Pane Rado, pojďte za náma, ani nechoďte tam, pojďte to zrovna přes tohleto, přátelé.
Getting in on the action, the mascot, and you'll see lots of him quack, the frog. There's a lot of frogs down in the south of
Dámy a pánové,
Czechia.
maskot našeho meetingu Kvak. Na památku Kvaka Boatenga, který pocházel z Ghany, často tady závodil, jezdil jsem hrozně rád. My jsme hrozně rádi, Kvaku, že jsi tady mezi
was named
náma.
after Kwaku
Budeme vás tady bavit
Boateng,
dneska
the
celý
Canadian high
večer
jumper who
celé
competed here on a
odpoledne.
few occasions.
A nebojte se, bude dokonce rozdávat trička, je to tak? Tak, dáme slovo panu Radovi, přišel jste pozdě.
Ne, přišel jsem hrozně brzo, stihl jsem to. To je jenom váš názor, že jsem pozdě. Přátelé, já jsem rád, že jsem to stihnul a jsem strašně rád, že zase po roce tady můžeme spolu být a být na hustopeckém skákání. Agrotek patří k Hustopečím, Hustopeče k Agroteku a skákání patří určitě do Hustopečí. Takže je to super, dobře se bavte, jsme rádi, že jsme zase mohli tu akci podpořit a věřím tomu, že za rok zase tady budeme. Krásný večer a krásné sportovní zážitky.
Tak, přátelé, naši hosté, Kvaku, zaujměte místo, jo, protože teď by nás mělo čekat ještě slavnostní konec skakování 16:40, to už proběhlo, a zeptám se pana generálního ředitele. Tak, dámy a pánové, náš meeting bude zahájen českou státní hymnou. Jo, pardon, čestné hosty jsme zapomněli. Tak, čteme.
Přátelé, tak to bylo zahájení. Moc ještě jednou děkujeme paní Podměšilové, panu Radovi, jakožto zástupce za generálního partnera Agrotek, bez kterého by to určitě nešlo, a také Šárce Kašpárkové, kterou netřeba snad více představovat. Já zde samozřejmě ale také vítám čestné hosty, oba dva místostarosty, a pevně věřím, že i ten druhý už je tady. Je to pan Bořivoj Švásta a pan Josef Horák, také je tady předseda Agrotek Hustopeče, pan Jan Matlach. Je tady předseda sportovní komise města Hustopeče, pan Petr Groch. Dobře, předáváme ceny přitom, tak zpomalíme trošku, abychom si vychutnali ta jména. A moc děkujeme, že jste mezi nás dorazili. Takže máme zde oba dva místostarosty, máme zde předsedu Agrotek Hustopeče. Klidně můžete povstat a pokynout, my bychom vám rádi dali malou drobnost.
See the women warming up already. Many of these athletes have come straight from Trinec over in the east to Czechia. Jumped on a coach after that meeting on Wednesday night, and the vast majority of the field here were competing in Trinec. And we've got the men's winner here from there, Jan Stefala, cleared a world lead equaling 2:30. Extremely good fields here.
Petr Flanderka, manažer Jihomoravského
The
krajského
women's
atletického
competition,
svazu.
3 Olympic finalists from Paris, and then 4 World Championship finalists from 2023 Budapest. As we see some of the prizes being given out to local fans and celebrities. And the men's competition, no less than 5 Olympic Games finalists from Paris. 4 of the men made the final of the World Championships in Budapest as well.
Stříbrná medailistka z halového mistrovství světa 99 a mistrovství
You can
Evropy
see there,
halového
we'll see a lot more of
2000.
those two
Zuzana
people. Jaroslav
Horvatová.
Barber, now famed coach, 2-time winner here, and he won an Olympic Games bronze medal back in 2004 as a teenager. Advising Michaela Kruber there. There's Thomas Janků,
No, budeme v těch olympijských
silver medalist at the European Championships
protože trojnásobný
in
účastník olympijských her
2006,
64, 68
big
a
rival
72,
of
sportovník
Barbers.
gymnasta Bohumil Mudřík by měl být také mezi námi. Vítáme vás.
No a rodina Janků tady má i svého dalšího zástupce, dámy a pánové.
Bohumil
Jan Janků,
Mudryk.
finalista mistrovství Evropy a mistrovství světa a vítěz
sure it's a
prvních
bottle of
dvou
Moravian
ročníků
Red.
hustopeckého
Very nice it
skákání.
is too when I've been in that part of the world.
V těch bývalých výškařech budeme pokračovat, úspěšných samozřejmě, stříbrný z juniorského mistrovství světa 96 a finalista olympijských her z roku 2004 Svatoslav Ton.
They're looking now for
No a já tvrdím, že kvůli
Ton.
němu to tady začalo před 25
I'm sure
lety.
he's there
Dámy a
because
pánové,
his athlete,
stříbrný medailista
Barry
mistrovství
Barnick, is
Evropy
competing
juniorů 2001
later on.
ve skoku výstokem,
2:33 jumper
hustopecký
and the winner
rodák
in
Jiří
Hustopeče himself.
Přehula.
We're just staying on
Já
this
si
side
myslím,
of
že
the
to je ten,
stadium.
kvůli němu jsme tady vůbec pořádali první ročník.
No a 100% mezi námi je, protože jsem už tady dneska viděl i slyšel, stříbrný z mistrovství Evropy juniorů 85, samozřejmě ve výšce, a finalista olympijských her z roku 88, Robert Rufini.
The meeting director.
A se stojí na druhé straně. Pane Háder, za malou chvilku. Stojí na druhé straně, my mu to předáme za chvilku. Je možno. Dámy a pánové, Slovensko tady má svého dalšího zástupce. Bývalý slovenský reprezentant ve vrhu koulí, Karel Šula starší, finalista mistrovství světa 91 a několika halových mistrovství Evropy a halového mistrovství světa.
No a ještě by tady měl být člověk, který se také do českého sportu, do historie a zapsal zlatým písmem jako první Evropan. Udělal salto na motorce, česká legenda freestyle motocrossu Petr Kuchař.
Je tady?
I seem to have lost somebody. Looking around.
Předáme potom.
Tak.
Looking for a chap called Petr
na mém
Kuchař.
seznamu poslední, ale určitě ne, ale významný, dámy a pánové, bývalý český reprezentant cyklistice, dvojnásobný účastník mistrovství světa handbajků Stanislav Bíza.
And Stanislav Bíza finishing things off with the presentations.
Tak. A teď, přátelé, děkujeme, vítáme všechny ostatní čestné hosty, které tady máme. Jsme hrozně rádi, že jste mezi námi. A prosím, tuto chvíli
give you a little bit of background information to this Hustopece indoor high jump meeting. It got underway in 1999, and as I said, this is the 25th edition. Meeting records stands to Ariana Friedrich, the very good German who won European titles, and she cleared 2 meters in 2010. And the meeting record as far as the men is concerned is 2 meters 38. Cleared both by Daniel Lysenko and Jan-Marco Tamberi.
Ještě moment, tady se skočí jeden skok a hned už jdeme na to.
Quite something to see that sort of
Ladies and
height approach
gentlemen,
today.
please rise up. National anthem of Czech Republic.
So now we have the national anthem of Czechia. National anthem of Czechia.
Tak, děkujeme ještě jednou této skupině z gymnázia v Hustopečích. Jsme hrozně rádi, že nám krásně zaspívali českou státní hymnu. A teď se obrátím na pana ředitele, jestli můžeme začít medailonkem, protože nás za malou chvíli čeká představování závodnic a ten meeting, který dneska začíná v kategorii žen, začíná memoriálem Mileny Reskové Hübnerové. Mám pocit, že bychom tam měli mít připravený medailonek. Takže poprosíme medailonek.
So now, a short documentary on Czech Republic's 1968 high jump gold medalist, and this is often known as the Memorial Milena Rekové.
Do šťastného roku 1968 vstupovala s osobním rekordem 166 cm. V zimě skočila už 170 a na letním jabloneckém mistrovství rekordních 182 cm.
Rekové using the more conventional straddle technique.
Jeli 3 československé skokanky. Milena vyhrála. Se svými 18 lety byla nejmladší vítězkou olympijských her v této disciplíně.
Almost another decade after her triumph in Mexico City, went on to win the European title the following year in 1969. Sadly passed away just over a decade ago in 2014.
O rok později potvrdila Milena Hübnerová titul první výškařky světa při mistrovství Evropy v Aténách. Mexiko a Atény zůstaly vrcholem závodní kariéry mladičké výškařky. Ještě na mistrovství Evropy 1971 v Helsinkách byla pátá. Potom ale přišly zdravotní a rodinné potíže. Poslední závody absolvovala v Tallinnu v roce 1977. Milena Hübnerová patřila se svými 169 cm k nejmenším výškařkám světových sektorů. Její velkou zbraní byly nejen technika, ale i skvělá psychika. Po dlouhé a těžké nemoci zemřela 20. října 2014 ve věku 64 let. Olympijská vítězka měla vřelý vztah i k Hustopečím. Pravidelně město navštěvovala v rámci závodů Hustopečské skákání a také při zasedání klubu olympioniků.
And a fitting tribute to Milena
Dámy a pánové, to byl medailonek Mileny Reskové Hübnerové. Vítám mezi námi pana Vyčíkla, ten bude mít ještě dneska slovo, protože to byl její partner životní, bude předávat potom pohár Českého klubu olympioniků, nepletu se, takže ten bude mít ještě slovo potom nakonec. Dámy a pánové, zbývají nám asi poslední 2 minuty do toho, abychom mohli vám představit závodníky kategorie žen, které budou závodit
jako
první dnešní podvečer, takže kvak je připraven, naše hostesky budou připraveny za chvilku a my jdeme za malou chvilku na to.
184, looking for a better result here, I would imagine.
Tak dámy a pánové, nám skutečně zbývá několik málo okamžiků, ale abychom ten čas vyplnili, tak zajímavé ještě to je, že sice tady zavznělo 25 let se Zbyňkem Háden, ředitelem závodu, no ale tím druhým člověkem, kdo tady bude sedět se mnou, je Míra Strouhal, obrovská ikona. Prosím tě, Míro, mě by zajímala jedna věc, teď máme časy popovídat, ty teda zase máš 25, respektive 27 let tady. Na který ten ročník třeba vzpomínáš jako nejlépe, nejraději, nebo máš nějaké zážitky, s kterými se tady s námi podělit?
Já hrozně rád vzpomínám na ten první. To byl ten, kdy jsme opravdu začínali s takovou tou mladickou, mladickým elánem. Byli jsme hrozně rádi, že sem přišli lidi se na to podívat.
Getting them ready for what's anticipated to be a superb high jump competition. One of the reasons why athletes like coming to Hustopece is that the track is actually laid onto a basketball court in the municipal sports hall in Hustopece. So it has a little bit of spring in it. In Trinec, it was laid straight onto the concrete surface underneath an ice hockey rink, and there was no giving it whatsoever. So the height's cleared there by two men who you're going to see later on this evening, Jan Janků of Czechia and Oleg Doroshuk of Ukraine, both clearing a world-leading 2:30. Absolutely excellent performances in Trinec. And we're looking for better from them here in Hustopece.
Já pevně věřím, že ne, díky za vyčerpávající odpověď a my pomalu, ale jistě půjdeme už na to.
Tak, já si myslím, že jo, ale potřebujeme ještě pokyn, abychom si závodnice seřadili My vám je teď postupně představíme. Závodnice se potom postaví tamhle. Jo, víte co, uděláme ještě jednu věc. Když tedy závodnice to vidím rozhodčí. Pane generální řediteli, můžeme představit rozhodčí. Dámy a pánové, ke každému meetingu je potřeba rozhodčí. Dívejte se, máme jich 6. Jeden lepší než druhý. Letos jsme silně omladili.
2-meter plus jumpers in this field. Eleanor Patterson, the 2022 world champion. And Lamara Distin there, you can see in that pink, very easily recognizable tracksuit top.
Zatleskejte mu. A má tady svých 5 kolegů a kolegyň, takže zatleskejte i jim a popřejme jim, aby se jim opravdu ta práce dařila a aby měli co měřit a aby byly výšky, na které třeba ani nedosáhnou. Žebříky jim určitě přistavíme. Děkuju vám moc krát a přeju hodně štěstí a úspěchů. Tak.
So big thank you to the judges as well, led by the chief referee.
Tak, zeptám se. Můžeme začít s představováním. I vás se ptám, můžeme začít s představováním. Přátelé, zavolejte na závodnice. Můžeme začít s představováním.
Youngsters will remember for a very long time to come, being a mascot here.
Slyšel jste co?
Nic moc, jako takový jako nudný bál.
Můžeme začít s představováním. Dámy a pánové, první závodnicí, která vstoupí za malou chvilku do soutěže, je česká reprezentantka Klára Krejčiříková.
Well, Klára Krejčiříková, second personal best here at 189, when she won the under 18 competition back in 2019.
Dámy a pánové, jako druhá dnes bude skákat v pořadí národní rekordmanka Gvineji Fatoumata Bally.
Fatoumata Bally. We've seen a lot of her on the European athletics live streams. The French-based Guinean, All Africa Games silver medalist last year.
Přijela k nám z Turecka, Savaskan Buse.
I thought that was Lamara Distin. No, it's
z Černé Hory byla čtvrtá ze světového šampionátu v roce 2022. Například těch výčtů úspěchů je mnoha, k těm se dostaneme. Každopádně je to Marija Vukovič.
Marija Vukovič from Montenegro. European silver medalist in Munich in 2022. An Olympic finalist in 2021 as well, the Montenegrin record holder.
Ukrajinskou reprezentantku Julii Chumachenko.
Julia Chumachenko. Well, this is no less than her 8th appearance here in Hustopece, the World University Games champion in 2019.
V letošním ročníku se nám představí celkem 3 finalistky posledních olympijských her z Paříže a jednou z nich je vítězka loňského ročníku hustopecké laťky z Řecka Tatiana Gusin.
Tatiana Gusin won here last year.
196 cm má skočeno reprezentantka Kazachstánu Kristýna Ovčinníková.
But she is the Greek indoor record holder at 194. Kristýna Ovčinníková of Kazakhstan.
Devátá z finále olympijských her z Paříže se sezónním maximem 192 cm, tedy z roku 2024 počítejme, ale k tomu se ještě dostaneme. Francouzská Solène Giquel.
Well, Solène Giquel. Giquel, an Olympian last year.
Přes mozek nám cestovala až z
Father,
Austrálie.
Jean-Charles Giquel, who is still the French record holder. Erin Shaw, 4th of the World Under-20 Championships in 2022.
No a ten český prapor bude mít 2 zástupkyně a tou druhou je několikanásobná mistryně České republiky Michaela Hrubá.
Michaela Hrubá, well, former World Under-18 and Under-20 champion.
Dámy a pánové, další asijská reprezentantka, tentokrát Japonka Nagisa Takahashi.
Nagisa Takahashi. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing her jump. Equaled her personal best of 188 in Trinech on that very unforgiving surface and a delightful character,
No a
always
pojďme do
smiling.
poslední trojce, atletka, která má osobní rekord 2 metry, 5. místo na světovém šampionátu v roce
There we go. I made the
2023.
mistake
Jamajčanka
calling
Lamara
Busa
Distin.
Saviscan this woman, but this is Lamara Distin, 5th at the World Championships in 2023. The top 10 ranked in the world by the prestigious Track and Field News for the last 3 years.
V tom mém pořadí je britská reprezentantka, kterou předpokládám všichni znáte a přivítáte ji obrovským potleskem, Morgan Lake.
Well, Morgan Lake, 4th at the World Championships in 2023, 4th at the World Indoor Championships in 2018. Former World Under-20 champion.
No a velkou
Just
favoritkou,
wonder whether it's time for her to get on the podium at the
největší
forthcoming
je, dámy a
European
pánové,
Indoor
a je
Athletics
to až
Championships next month,
podivení,
or
co
maybe
sem
the World
dokážou
Indoor Championships
vlastně
in China.
organizátoři přivést, protože
This woman
mít doma
has
bronz
been on the
z
podium
olympijských
at the
her,
very highest level,
přátelé, právě
the
to má a bude
2022 World
skákat tady v
Champion.
Hustopečích Australanka
World
Eleonora
Championships
Patterson.
silver medalist in 2023. It's Eleanor Patterson. Patterson making her debut as far as 2025
A ještě
campaigns
se
are
sluší
concerned.
představit ty, kdo vítali závodnice.
Those are the 14
Představuji
women.
vám pana místostarostu bakaláře Josefa Horáka, no a samozřejmě pan inženýr magistr Zbyněk Háder, ředitel Hustopeckého skákání 2025, Hustopeckého skákání Agrotech 2025.
Nicely panning across.
Tak,
Opening height will
teď,
be
přátelé,
171.
dávejte pozor, protože naše
Expect
závodnice
quite a few
vám
of these women
připraví
won't take that
dárečky.
opening height, but he does go up quickly to 176
Pokud se na vás
and then
dostane,
181.
hodí do publika tričko, každá závodnice dostala jedno tričko Hustopeckého skákání, díval jsem se, stojí 260 korun, takže vy ho budete mít zadarmo, tak dávejte na to pozor. A
Spectators who are going to go home with a nice
protože
little memento.
To je nejlepší skokan tadyhle toho meetingu a ten by měl ta trička dostat 2 na rozdávání.
No já už můžu prozradit, že Kvak nám tady během dneška a určitě stojí za to si na to počkat, bude své výškarské umění také na vlastní oči předvádět. Jen taková upoutávka k dnešnímu programu.
The 18th of February,
Tak.
and many of these competitors will be there as
Vážení
well.
přátelé, já mám takový pocit, že máme
Banska
zahájeno
Bystrica
všechno, co jsme
in
chtěli
Slovakia,
udělat na
just over the
začátku,
border,
máme za sebou.
probably about a 3-hour
A
drive
teď už
from
nás
here.
čeká opravdu jenom to
And that's one of
samotné
the real
závodění.
highlights of the
Základní
indoor
výška
calendar.
171
Arguably the best
cm.
specialist athletics
Myslím,
meeting
že už je nastojané.
in the world. There's a couple of
Počkáme
rivals
si
for
na
that
rozhodčí,
title,
až
but
nám
Banska
dají
Bystrica
pokyn.
certainly is a fair candidate for it. You can see all of that meeting on the European Athletics live
Tak.
stream channels,
A za malou
YouTube and
chvilku
via the website as well.
náš dnešní závod ženy A, spustíme. Můžem? Dámy a pánové, 171 cm jako základní výšku si zvolilo 1, 2, 3 závodnice, pokud to dobře počítám. Je to tak? 4? Tak se pletu. Tak, dámy a pánové, jako první bude začínat Klára Krejčiříková.
So the bar has already been set out of camera shot at 171, and the first woman to take her attempt at this height will be Klára Krejčiříková,
Klára Krejčiříková.
member of the Olympia Brno club, not very far from Hustopece. I'm sure she's got friends and family in the audience. Set a personal best here back in 2019, and she was
Tak,
just
Klára úspěšná.
17 years of age.
Jako druhá se nám představí Tatiana Gusin, řecká závodnice. Všechny ostatní, které máme ve startovní listině,
Tatiana Gusin, after her
takže Tatiana
disaster
Gusin.
in Trinec, only clearing 175, decided to come in early. All sorts of problems with a run-up in Trinec. She is a classy jumper. Made the Paris Olympic final. Great #1 for the last 5 years. No problems for Gusin.
Tatiana je loňská vítězka, jinak finalistka loňské Paříže, olympijských her Paříži. Třetí, která se nám na 171 cm představí, je Kristýna Ovčeníková z Kazachstánu.
After everything that happened in Trinec, this is Kristýna Ovčeníková, Kazakh athlete, Asian high jump champion in 2023. Had a whole series of injuries though last year, which meant that she didn't go to the Olympic Games. Just really coming back into fitness. Cleared 1:80 in Trinec, that was the season's best. She's competing quite regularly at the moment. Ovčeníková has a best though of 1:96 dating back to 2021. Going up to 176 now.
Jinak tady uvidíme 3 finalistky loňských olympijských her v Paříži, takže konkurence je tady opravdu světová, věřte tomu. Už jsme o některých osobních rekordech mluvili a nebojte se, dostaneme se k v průběhu. Rozhodčí nám teď připraví léčku na stojanek do výšky 176 cm a druhou výšku za malou chvíli otevře Klára Kvenčíková a můj pan kolega.
Track in Hustopece is constructed, putting down squares and rectangles.
Tak, dámy a pánové, tuto výšku už bude vynechávat pouze Australanka Erin
Shaw společně s dvojicí největších favoritek, Ditkou Morgan Lake a Australankou druhou tedy v tom startovním pole World Athletics Indoor Tour silver meeting. No less than 8 World Athletics Indoor Tour meetings in Czechia this winter, including the Czech Indoor Gala in Ostrava earlier this week. That's a gold standard meeting. Trinec and Hustopece silver meetings.
O 3, potažmo o 2 cm, ale ještě předbíháme, ale pevně věřím, že tak vysoko se tady dneska skákat bude. Každopádně skáčeme 176 cm a první pokus na této výšce pro Kláru Krejčíříkovou. A naskáče skvěle 176 na první pokus. No a svůj zahajovací pokus, tedy zahajovací výšku 176 cm, před sebou má, jak jsem říkal v tom představení, gvinejská národní rekordmanka Fatoumata Bally.
Fatoumata Bally. Isn't it? Want to be starting something. Of course, the athletes have the option of choosing music to dance to if they want to.
Fatoumata Bally vůbec tady skáče po třetí na půdě České republiky už v letošním roce. Začínala v Otrokovicích, pak jsme ji viděli před několika dny ve Třinci a teď tedy tady překonává na první pokus 176 cm. No a co na to Turkyně, protože za malý okamžik jako další v pořadí bude skákat Savaskan Buse.
And she went back to her hometown of Amiens and equalled it. Lives up in the north of France, but still represents Guinea internationally.
Tak perfektní 176 cm i na první pokus. No, pojďme dále tím startovním polem. Co na to Maria Vukovič?
Maria Vukovič, very familiar face. Winning international titles ever since she was a 16-year-old.
Atletka, která zde má velký místní fanklub, vrací se po nemoci a vrací se skvěle, 176 cm na první pokus pro tuto reprezentantku Černé Hory. No pojďme opět dále, už to tady zaznělo, několikrát jsme ji tady viděli, 7krát, je tomu tak, není to nikdo jiný než Ukrajinka Julie Julia Čumančenko naprosto s přehledem. Ten, kdo tady byl minulý rok, tak ví, že loni tady byla druhá za 191 cm. Tak uvidíme, jak vysoko se skutečně bude skákat letos. Julia Čumančenko na první pokus. No a já už hledám po pravici, by to měla být, řekněme, Tatjana Gusin a její další pokus soutěži.
Tatjana Gusin. World Indoor Championships. She has got a qualifying mark for Nanjing. Hopefully try and get through in terms of merit order to also make the European Indoor Championships in Apeldoorn next month. That's a better jump from
No i Tatjana Gusin, skvěle 186 cm, atletka, která, jak jsem říkal, tady loni vyhrála. Letos, nevím, jestli by těch loňských 190 na vítězství stačilo, nepředbíhejme, každopádně musí být spokojená, protože se nám svěřila, že měla zdravotní trable, trochu jí trápilo koleno, nebyla schopná dlouhé týdny trénovat naplno, takže jsme rádi za překonaných 176 cm. No a co na to Kazachstanka Kristina Ovčiniková.
So now it's Kristina Ovčiniková. She's chosen.
No i tato asijská šampionka, jak z haly, respektive v hale byla druhá, tak zvenku šampionka Asie, naprosto s přehledem 176 cm. Pokračujeme na této výšce a teď by měla být na řadě Francouzska a její první úvodní pokus, tedy 171, vynechávala a teď se nám poprvé představí na 176 Solène Schickel.
And then has moved to Europe to carry on competing.
Tak, máme tady možná malinkou chybičku, nevíme, já tady mám napsáno, že by Solène neměla vynechávat, ale zřejmě čekáme, zřejmě asi tedy vynechává, dobře. Pojďme dále, Erin Shaw také vynechává a já mám tady informace, že by měla jít na řadu Míša Hrubá.
Thought we were going to get Erin Shaw there, but we've got Michaela Gruber.
No, Míša Hrubá naprosto skvěle, tak doufejme, že teď už to bude vše v pořádku. Míša Hrubá tedy.
And sort of disappeared from the sport for several years. Carried on competing, but never really reached the heights that was expected of her. Having jumped 194 as a teenager back in 2017, but got back to fitness last year. Jumped 192.
Přátelé, tady došlo asi k trošku trulíme. Erin Shaw, Australanka, měla skákat 176.
Here we have Erin Shaw. See there, Shaw, just on the right-hand side of your screen, tucked right at the back there.
Tak, Erin jde. Jo?
There's a little bit of confusion, it seems, over
tak
the
dámy a
jumping
pánové,
order.
malé, respektive velké věci a velké meetingy, což toto bezesporu je, se neobejdu bez malých problémů a teď už je to všechno v pořádku. Následuje pokus a už to bude naprosto v pořádku. Erin Shaw z Austrálie. Erin, stage is yours.
Yes, all sorted out now. Erin Shaw, training partner of Mona Patterson, playing together. No, that's a bit of a surprise.
Zaváhání, každopádně já pevně věřím, protože Erin Shaw skákala skvěle před několika dny v Třinci na beskydské laťce, že tady žije s tím sektorem a že jsme jí nějak neuškodili tím naším malinkým zaváháním, ale jak jsem říkal. Pojďme dále, teď by měla být připravená Nagisa Takahashi z Japonska.
Now, Nagisa Takahashi. very energetic. Part of a large group of Japanese jumpers. There was 3 in the men's competition in Trinec. A couple of them have come over to Hustopece. And Takahashi, well, they haven't seen her before in Trinec, but there we go, the big smile. Certainly captivated the crowd. And that's an excellent jump to get things underway for Nagisa Takahashi. Was 4th in the Asian Championships back in 2023. She's got a great deal of international experience, but so far seems to be enjoying her European outings.
No a poslední, kdo se nám představí na 176, bude jedna z favoritek, Jamajčanka Lamara Distin. Taky tady úvodní zaváhání a my uvidíme, přátelé, dva opravné pokusy. Jako první půjde na 176, na druhý pokus Erin Shono a
there at the moment. Nor was it here in Trinec.
Morgan Lake a Eleanor Peterson tuto výšku stále ještě vynechávají a budou zahajovat a jejich základní výška bude následných 181 cm. So I hope we are ready. The second attempt for Erin Shaw.
It's Eleanor Patterson's training partner, Erin Shaw. And Alex Stewart in Sydney. Now she's over.
Taká naprosto s přehledem. Tato stále ještě hledá Australská teďka potvrzuje svoje kvality. A
sort of skips into the penultimate stride. Wasn't much daylight there.
No a pojďme do Jamajky a na pravou stranu, pohledem tedy čelem k laťce k Žíněnce, protože na svůj druhý pokus na 176 je připravená Jamajčanka Lamara Distin. Národního rekordu, tedy jamajského rekordu, což je rovné 2 metry. Musela prostě překonat 186 cm po tom úvodním zaháváhání. Teď ještě můžeme vidět konzultaci s trenérem a my budeme zvyšovat. Další postupná výška je 181 cm.
Tak, dámy a pánové, 181 cm a teď už se nám představí opravdu všechny závodnice, které v tom startovním poli máme. 14 jich, takže všech 14 tuto výšku už skákat bude. Potěšením je, že zatím žádná z nich neukončila soutěž nebo nevypadla, takže opravdu je v tuto chvíli na výšce 181. Uvidíme všechny. A začínat bude Klára Krejčíková, mimochodem
Morgan Lake and Solène Chiquel to come into the competition.
cm a skočila ho tady v roce 2019 jako dorostenka.
Flawless records so
takže
far.
Klára Krejčíková s osobákem 189 z Hustopeckého skákání v roce 2019. Dámy a pánové, myslím, že je všechno připraveno. Klára Krejčíková, první pokus. Klára bude muset opravovat
Druhá závodnice, která
she
se
did
nám
go
představí na té výšce
European
181
Under
je
20 Championships back in 2021.
s osobákem 188, což je současně i národní
The
rekord
final of the
jiný.
European Under 18s when they were in Hungary back in 2018. Samantha Bailey last year, in addition to her All Africa Games silver medal, she got an African Championships bronze. Nicely done from Bailey.
Savaskan Buse, turecká reprezentantka s osobákem 192 cm.
Jumping well in Otrokovica. In January. Busa's actually her given name. Saviskan is the family name. Organised, I think, got it the wrong way around.
Škoda.
Oh dear,
Nedá
that
se
wasn't
nic
a good
dělat,
one,
budeme
though,
muset pokoušet
for
se
Saviska.
dostat přes tuto laťku. Na podruhé Maria Vukovič, Černá Hora, s osobákem 197 cm, což je i národní rekord Černé Hory. Maria Vukovič.
Now, Maria Vukovic. No problems for Vukovic. Nicely done.
Skvěle. 194 cm osobák Julia Šumačenko, Ukrajina.
To her European silver
To je
medal,
ta závodnice, která je tady u nás nejčastěji, je tady po sedmé.
ever
už ji tady
European
vítáme
Championship
jako
medal
doma.
for Montenegro since they became
Takže
independent.
popřejme,
When she
jak
got the
zadaří
silver in
dnes
Munich
Julia
in
Šumačenko.
2022. Just missed out on a medal. Oh, it's not there.
Tak bohužel. Dámy a pánové, další závodnice, která se vám představí na
This is the
181
second
cm, je
competition of the year
Tatiana
after
Kusin,
Trinec,
Řecka.
and she's struggling a little bit.
Tatiana Kusin, 194 osoba.
Last year's winner here in Hustopece. On that occasion, cleared 191. He was also a winner in Trinec last year as well. A good 2024, without a doubt.
Tak pojďme na to, přátelé, tím jsme tady proslaveni.
That's a lot better. 181.
Tatiana Kusin na poprvé 181. Kristýna Ovčíníková z Kazachstánu. První pokus
Second competition of the year for Gusin.
Centimetru. Kristýna
But
má
that's certainly a season's best.
196 centimetrů.
Now, Kristina Ovčeníková. This would be a season's best for her. She's already had 4 meetings. Meeting in Astana, Cottbus and Potsdam, and then earlier this week in Trinec. Well, if she's got enough time, we can't see the clock, but she can have another attempt at that. Just needs to go back to her mark. She didn't break the plane of the bar, and that means that she so far hasn't had a red flag. DJ's pretty agile. He went back to the start of the track as well. Oof. Well, the height was there, but it was all a bit laboured and a bit hurried.
Teď se nám poprvé soutěží představí francouzská Solène Giquel, devátá
Ovčeníková.
her Paříži z
She's
loňského roku.
179. So if you think about it, she's actually at the moment attempting 2 centimetres over her head height. Compare that to somebody like Gusin, who was 188, who's yet to reach her head height. So, Solange Giquel. First sight of her. She's 170, has much faster run up and nicely done.
Vstoupila do soutěže skvěle. Tak, popřejme totéž, aby se teď zadařilo.
Last year went to both the European Championships and the Olympic Games. Didn't get out of qualifying on either occasion. Did make the World Championship final though in 2023. So those are the sorts of targets she's looking at. Now Erin Shaw. Fourth at the World Under-20 Championships in 2022 when they were in Colombia. Shaw stands 182. This is just 1 centimetre below her head height. No, drops a shoulder into it. I wonder whether her coach Alex Stewart is staying up late and watching this. So Michaela Hruba got the order sorted out properly this time.
Michaela Hruba.
Tickled the bar. It stays up. Judge, she's going to have to steady the bar for the next athlete. Hruba cleared 186 in Prague back in the middle of January. So, she's had too many problems with her height that left her legs trailing a little bit. Now Nagisa Takahashi. Said in Trinec. Equalled her best of 188. Attacks and very quick. Oh, lots of fight there. Lots of daylight.
Lamara Distin, Jamajka, další, která se nám představí. Osobák má 200 cm, což je národní rekord.
Just wondering whether this would be the day when Takahashi can make an improvement on her 188 personal best. Well, she's cleared that height 3 times now. Now that looks like the Lamara Distin that I remember from the early part of 2024. I'll tell you what, having commentated on Trinec as well just 4 days ago, 3 days ago, indeed, it was just Wednesday. That's the best jump I've seen out of her 2 meetings put together. Now Morgan Lake, first sight of 2-time winner here in Hustopece. Nicely done from Morgan Lake. Lake won back in 2017 and then again 2 years ago in 2023. Nice jump there from Lake. And Eleanor Patterson. Her first jump in competition of 2025. 2022 world champion, Olympic bronze medalist in Paris. Has a best of 202, formerly the Oceania record holder. Nicely done. Has that exaggerated arm action, but that just serves to get her body in the right place ahead of takeoff. Easily done. So Good jump from Krejcirikova.
Klára zůstává
Still
v
holds the
soutěži.
under-18 meeting record here.
Savaskan Buse, turecká reprezentantka, 10. z loňských olympijských her, osoba 192 a jeho její druhý pokus na 180.
Buse Saviskan.
Savaskan Buse.
A regular international competitor. She comes from northern Cyprus, the Turkish part of the island. Speaking of Cyprus, the 15th and 16th of March, mark your cards. European Athletics live stream will be showing the European Throwing Cup coming to you from Nicosia. Janků. Oh, had the height, just drags it off with her heels. Seems to do everything right, attacking the bar. Doesn't quite convert her horizontal speed into vertical lift. So, Erin Shaw. Shaw jumped 184 in Trinech. Oh, the music's gone. I think she wants some music.
Jo, tak omylám, přátelé. Kristýna Ovčeníková, to se nám tady stává jednou za 25 let. Kristýna Ovčeníková.
Yeah, and as they say, it should be Kristina Ovčeníková going before her. There's a little bit of confusion down there on the floor at the Municipal Sports Hall in Hustopece. It's the second time Shaw's being called up and out of order. Ovčeníková crashes into the bar, brings it down. Now it's Erin Shaw's turn. First she had Michaela Fruber going in front of her, now she's got in front of Kristina Ovčeníková. Ovčeníková jumping to money on the dash. Very determined. Oh,
Tak bohužel na podruhé.
too close to the bar.
Dámy a pánové, třetí pokusy. Pokud mě nešálí Kristýna Ovčeníková, to je první, která bude mít ten třetí pokus.
Doesn't have the height at all. Brings it down with her backside. Third attempts.
Kristýna Ovčeníková. Co? Jo, Julia Čumačenko,
a little bit confused.
Julia Čumačenko, třetí
And this time she's over.
Tak, teď Kristýna Ovčeníková z Kazachstánu. Třetí pokus na
It was another Ukraine winner,
181 cm.
Katerina Tabashnik, who cleared 193 in Trinec. Tabashnik not here. Katerina Ovčeníková. Struggling for fitness a little bit, I think, as I said, after the injury-stricken 2024. Back in 2021 to 23, had no problems clearing 190 on a regular basis. It's just not there. She just lost her focus. I think problem is more psychological as much as anything. Determined, just trying too hard though, and she brings the bar down. First woman to be eliminated in this competition, and Katerina Ovčeníková goes out at 181.
Tak, Erin Shaw, Australanka.
Erin Shaw.
181 cm.
Was jumping better in Trinec, without a doubt. Appears though she's having a few technical issues here. World Championships in 2023 as well. Didn't get out of the qualifiers there. So Shaw brings the bar down and she's eliminated. So we lose two women at this height. Still 12 in the competition. And the bar will be going up to 1,85 m.
A myslím, že máme doskákáno na 181 cm a budeme laťku zvyšovat na 185.
Tak dámy a pánové, skutečně budeme zvyšovat na 185 cm a já musím už teď říct, že byť jsme v začátku té ženské soutěže, čekáme...
So the bar goes up to 185. Two former winners still in this competition. Tatiana Gusin, last year's champion, and Morgan Lake, who won in 2017 and then 2023.
Prostě jenom chci říct, že jste fantastičtí, jste skvělí, fandíte, naprosto perfektně reagujete na podněty atletek, na hudbu a tak by to mělo být. A já si troufám tvrdit, že
women still flawless in this competition.
Musí být skutečně zážitek. A pevně věřím, že dneska to bude zážitek i pro vás. Jak
lost two women so far. Ovčeníková and Erin Shaw.
A jako první se o tuto výšku a o nové sezónní maximum pokusí Klára Krejčíková.
Krejčíková. Just wondering whether she'll go over to Jaroslav Barber and perhaps get a bit of input. A little bit far away, just about had the height. Now, Fatimata Bailey. This would be a national indoor record for her. Technically, there aren't indoor records anymore after World Athletics has amalgamated the vertical jumps and, of course, the shot put. So indoors and outdoor bests are all one nowadays with the new use of the phraseology short course. Not a bad attempt, though, from Bailey. She's only jumped this height or higher on 3 previous occasions, all outdoors. That was a good effort from Bailey, Frenchwoman. So, Busa Saviskan. 192 jumper at best. 191 in Wuppertal in Germany last year. That's her indoor best. That's actually a Turkish indoor record. Height was there, just clipped it off with her legs. In addition to making the Olympic final last year, where she was 10th, she also finished in exactly the same position at the European Championships last year. Not a bad effort there from Busa. So, Maria Vukovic. 1 meter 94 tall. We were talking about the height of some of these women athletes. So she's actually 9 centimeters taller than the bar. Torso over, just left her legs trailing. Setting national records as far back as 2009, 16 years ago, when she was just 17 years of age. I make it Chumachenko who's up next. Yep, that's all sorted out. Solon Shikel just told to step to one side and wait a turn. Gets over, she's pleased. It's been a bit of a struggle, her outings this year. But Chumachenko, big improvement on her 180 in Trinec. Of course, does have a best of 194. Actually dates back to 2018, so quite a long time ago. Last few years she's been a 190 jumper, 191 last year, 190 in 2023. Tatiana Gusin holds the Greek indoor record at 194. Came back in 2019, but she jumped 194 again last year. Everybody enjoying themselves. Tatiana Gusin clapping her hands to Toka Toka by the Fly Project, and other people joining in behind her as well. Oh yes, good, good. Tatiana Gusin, certainly one of the more extrovert high jumpers around. Big cry of delight once she stood up. Possibly a little bit of a sigh of relief as well. Clipped the bar. Now, Solon Shikel. Going to the Olympics, tops what her dad did. He never went to an Olympics. Did get a European indoor silver medal in 1994, and as I said, Jean-Charles still the French record holder at 2:35. That's a really nice jump from Shikel. She likes it, and quite rightly so.
185 na první pokus.
Last year jumped 187 indoors here in Hustopece. That was her best for the indoor year. Improved to 192 outdoors.
Česká reprezentantka Michaela Hrubá.
So Michaela Huber. Tempo number this. See if he can propel her over 185. Oh, that's an excellent jump from Ruba. Yeah, definitely starting to recapture the form of her teenage years in the last year or so. Excellent jump, spot on.
A teď z té druhé strany 185 cm, tedy stejná výzva pro japonskou reprezentantku Nagisu
Next height to
Takahashi.
be 189, but still a few jumpers left at this height, including this woman, Nagisa Takahashi. Well, she's had good clearances so far. Going over 181, sailed over that, lots of daylight. Driving in very quick as well. Oh, very dynamic over the bar. That's a superb effort from her. Next height will be 189, and that will be a personal best. I'd like to wager a little bit of money that she might get it as well. But for the moment, she's got a flawless record up to and including 180. In the last two jumps. That's excellent from Distin. The Jamaican is really nailing the jumps. And suddenly, it's all come together for Distin. Now Morgan Lake, follow that. Yes, tidy jump there from Lake. She knows how to compete here in Hustopece, having won twice here.
My všichni už víme, že udělala správně vzhledem k tomu výčtu jejich úspěchů. No a z druhé strany opět Australánka Milena Patterson.
Getting involved. Oh, good luck to her. So Elena Patterson, the last jumper with these first attempts at 181. A few failures. Chirikova, Vukovic, but no problems at all from Elena Patterson. Really good dynamic jumping from her as well. Quick in. Good vertical lift. Tidy over the bar. A 185 really isn't much of a height for Patterson, woman who's cleared 202 and has regularly been over the mid-190s. So, Klara Krejčířová. This would be a best jump for 5 years if she gets it. She's got fond memories of Hustopece. It's here that she jumped a personal best in 2019. Can she relive former glories? It's just a bit flat.
Bohužel ani na
Wasn't a
podruhé
bad
to
jump, but it was
nevyšlo.
just a little bit flat.
Levka padá.
Perhaps took off a little bit too far away.
Už je ale opět na svém místě.
But one more attempt for
85 centimetrů
Klára
a druhý
Kryšk-
pokus pro Gvineanku.
Číková.
To je Fatoumata Bali.
Fatoumata Bali. Well, national indoor record stands at 184. This height is 185. The Guinean has been jumping quite effectively in the meetings that we've seen her. Otrikovic and Trinic. Oh yes! Excellent effort from Bali. That's a Guinean indoor best for her.
Překonává na druhý pokus a bude pokračovat na další výšce.
Does everything right, tidy, and clears the bar. Well, she's jumped higher outdoors on 2 other occasions, but Bali will have a chance of trying a national record when the bar goes up to 189. Now, Hübnerová. No, just untidy.
No, bohužel pro ní ani tady
Wasn't a great deal of speed there in her approach.
Ona teda bude k dispozici stejně jako Klára Krejčíříková. Ještě jeden pokus na 185. No a poslední, kdo bude opravovat na 185, je z Černé Hory Maria Vukovič.
So, Maria Vukovic now. Stuttering approach. I don't think her run-up's grooved in. And she brings the bar down at the second time of asking. So, at the second attempt, only Bali clear. Now it's the third of attempts for Klára Kryščíková. Nearly there, and she knows it. That was a much better jump than her first and second attempts, but sadly the bar still comes down and she departs from the competition.
Končí na 185 centimetrech a Hustopečí si tedy odveze výsledek.
Not that far away at all.
181 centimetrů.
Well, still one local athlete, Michaela Fruber, in this competition though. So, Hübnerová.
Opět zbystřeme, protože, jak jsme mohli vidět, malinko si upravovala tu svoji značku k rozběhu a připravená ke svému třetímu pokusu je turecká reprezentantka Savaskan Duse.
Yo le iba a grabar, pero en baja calidad. Y ella me dijo que no está, es una maldita loca, una ratatá. Ella lo que quiere es que la ponga en 4K, 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 4K.
A opět celá hala, pojďme
Well,
do
certainly the
ringu.
rest of the athletes like her music choice. You can see Fatoumata Bali and Tatiana Gusin clapping along there. So,
Tak co chybělo, ale bohužel atletická
Hübnerová
pravidla jsou neúprosná.
leaves the stage.
Laťka padá. Savaskan Buse tedy schazuje i na třetí pokus 185 cm a Hustopečí pro letošní rok odjede
Disappointed with that. She did jump 185 in Miramas at the very end of January. So she's been over this height this season. So third and final attempts now for Maria Vukovic. The very last woman at 1 meter 85 before the bar goes up to 189. So if she clears, she stays in the competition. Failure means that she departs. She's had a couple of good outings so far, so cleared 185 in Thessaloniki in January and then went on, cleared 190. Oh, disappointment for Vukovic. Not a good competition for the Montenegrin. She's been over 190 indoors already this year, so just not her day. Just didn't get her legs over. Had her torso well over the bar. Needed to be a bit more active in terms of bringing her legs through. So we've slimmed down the field by 3 at that height, and the bar's going to go up to 189. There you go. Confirmation. Nice cartoon by Quack.
Gvinejská závodnice s osobním rekordem 188 cm, takže pokud to teď zdolá, tak si vytvoří osobák. Mimochodem těch 188 je i národní rekord Gvineji, takže se bude pokoušet o
full roundup of the
osobák a o nový národní rekord
scorecard.
Tak pojďte, zafanděte, dámy a pánové.
Patterson, Late,
Fatumata, Bali,
Gusin, Takahashi, Ruba and Shikel, all flawless. 6 women. Haven't had a failure between them. You see, there's a little bit of latency on the live results, but Vukovic also eliminated. Bali, now, national record, if she goes clear. No doubting her determination, but perhaps just worked it a little bit too hard.
První pokus na 189 cm.
Possibly jumping a little bit too close. Not on this occasion though, but not a bad effort.
Tak bohužel taky zatím bez platného pokusu na 189 cm. Další je řekyně Tatiana Gusin.
Last year finished second in this competition. Cleared 191, the same height as Tatiana Gusin, who's up next. Just losing out on countback. So there we have last year's winner, the 2024 Hustopece champion from Greece, Tatiana Gusin. Former American collegiate star at the University of Georgia. Certainly embracing the idea of jumping to music. No. Not quite. Didn't quite have the height there.
Pojďme dál. Francouzská Solène Gikel.
So we move on to Solène Gikel. Gikel? It's only been higher than this on 5 occasions in her career. But she was jumping extremely well at 185. Really nice jump at the previous height. Now it's her turns. Tent at 184.9. No. So, no one clear just yet.
Vidět platný pokus na 189 cm. Michaela Hrubá. První pokus 189 cm.
The height in front of Michaela Hrubá, who's up next. The Czech athlete. Said had a fantastic teenage career before it started to really flatline around 2019. Just really getting back into the best jumping. Oh, not very far away either.
Lehce, ale bohužel laťka opět nevydržela na stojanech, takže Míša Hrubá bude muset opravovat. Nagisha Takahashi, Japonsko. Ta má osobák 188, teď má před sebou 189.
So, Nagisa Takahashi. This would be a personal best for the Japanese athlete. Coming from the right-hand side of the arena. Majority of the athletes coming from the right-hand side, which means a left-foot takeoff. 6 national titles. She's number 1 Japanese female high jumper at the moment. Oh, wonderful jump there. That's a personal best for Nagisa Takahashi. So she's finally cracked it. After 3 meetings at 188, she's now added a centimetre to her personal best. That's good jumping from the Japanese. By jumping something like that. Well, Distin just jumping magnificently the last 3 heights. After struggling in Trinec and even at the opening couple of heights here, it's suddenly just all fallen into place for the Jamaican. Good luck to her as well. Morgan Lake preceded Hrubá as the World Under-20 champion in 2014. She also won the heptathlon as well there. No. Crashes into the bar. This would equal her season's best. Cleared 189 in Valderreel on Monday night. Sunday night, I should say. Now Elena Patterson looked really good with her opening efforts at the earlier heights. Now it's starting to get a little bit more serious at 189. This is a woman who won the World Under-18 title. Went to the Olympic Games in 2016, but then left the sport for a couple of years. Said things weren't going right. She wasn't in a good place. But I'll tell you what, she's in an excellent place as far as Hustopece is concerned. So we now have 3 women over 189. 6 women to have their second attempts. Ali had a respectable first attempt at what will be, if she clears it, a new national record for the Guinean. to the African Games and African Championships. No, that wasn't there, was it? She's just trying a little bit too hard. You saw there her shoulders drop, and she was never able to manage to recover. Julia. Not a bad effort, but brings the bar down at the second time of asking.
Řecko. Druhý pokus na 189 centimetrech. Tatiana má skočeno 194, takže by to snad neměl být ještě problém.
Probably the right time to mention that the world lead is held by Maria Zodzik, Poland, at 1.98 m. That was a personal best for the Pole. So, Tatiana Gusin. Failure at the first attempt was her first failure in this competition. Wasn't a particularly good attempt, and I think her frustration is evident for everybody to see. Solène Giquel. 189, second attempt for the French woman. A really good attempt to 185, went flying clear. Not a bad attempt again, but not quite there.
Bohužel taky ne. A pojďme opět do Čech. Michaela Hrubá.
So it's the turn of Michaela Hrubá. Oh, good. Four women clear now at 189. She's pleased. That's a good effort from Hrubá. So just Morgan Lake to come, taking their second attempts. She likes that, does the local girl. Morgan Lake, Britain. No, just clips it down. So 5 women to take third attempts.
No, dámy a pánové, jdeme na třetí pokusy. Fatoumata Bali.
Lake has been over this height, as I mentioned, last Sunday in France, in Val d'Avril. Took off a long way away from the bar. You do need to do that when you get up to the higher heights, but at the same time, you've got to have the impetus to take you over the bar. Now, run-up was a bit ragged. I think she was just slightly overawed by attempting 1 meter 89, but nevertheless leads with 185 to her name, which no Guinean, nobody from her country has ever cleared indoors. .189, no, just crashes through the bar. So she departs from the competition as well. It's not been the best of weeks for Chomachenko. Struggled in Trinech. A little bit better here, but all the same, not really on her best form. Tatjana Gusin. She's been a bit short of her best form as well in both Trinech and Hustopece, but she's got a third and final attempt at 189. Regardless of whether she succeeds or fails, she's certainly enjoying herself. Very determined, quick on the run-up. I thought she'd have it, and she wasn't that far away. But Gusin, somersaulting across the bed, brings the bar down. And it's an end to her competition. We've got 4 women clear. Solange Chiquel, the very last woman to attempt this height. If she succeeds, the bar's going to go up to 192, which is a height that equals this woman's personal best. Once again, a lot of daylight between Chiquel's torso and the bar, but just left her legs dangling a little bit and drags off the bar. So we lose Chiquel as well. It's there, just brings it off with the back of her legs. Oh. Chiquel was the last one. Of course, we do have Morgan Lake still in the competition. And she goes clear. So he's now 5 women over.
Tak, přátelé, 5 závodnic posíláme na výšku 192 cm. 5.
And indeed, well seeded, because those are the 5 women who were last to jump and in a sense seeded. 92. This is a good height. There's not that many women who cleared 192 this year.
Uvidíme českou reprezentantku Míšu Hrubou, pak bude skákat Nagisa Takahashi, Lamar Destin, Morgan Lake, která se skvěle zachránila na 189 před malým okamžikem na 3. pokus a vyrovnala si tak sezónní maximum z letošního roku. No a zatím bezchybná Alona Peterson, která jako jediná ze všech těch atletek, které tedy tady teď zbyly, předtím z toho celého startovního pole, s ní tam ještě
Patterson, Takahashi and
Vukovič, jenom oni dvě
flawless,
nezávodili.
just in third as a result of that first attempt clearance at 89, but has a few, well, had a failure earlier in the competition, then Michaela Hruber getting over it the second time of asking and Morgan Lake the third.
Žádná z 5 jmenovaných se ještě v letošním roku nedostala. Přátelé, konec statistik, já si myslím, že je vše připraveno a první pokus na 192 Michaela Hrubá.
So Ruba hasn't been over this height since back in 2019. Did go over 192 outdoors last year in Zlin. Looking really determined. Not a bad effort from the Czech jumper.
Hruba, pětinásobná mistryně České republiky pod otevřeným nebem a sedminásobná mistryně České republiky v hale. A poprvé bohužel schazuje laťku ve výšce 192 cm. Uvidíme, jak bude vypadat ten druhý pokus. Každopádně připravená už je dnes skvěle závodící. Zatím bez jediného zaváhání prochází Japonka Nagisa Takahashi.
As always, gets herself prepared by looking in the other direction and then spinning around. Personal best to her name already in this competition at 189. I wouldn't bet her against her, clearing 192. She was very impressive at 1m89. This has been a good European tour for her. Oh yes! Oh!
Tak přátelé, co chybělo, Nagisa
so far away, was it?
To je Fazona, atletka, která poslední 3 roky na národním šampionátu, jak v hale, tak pod otevřeným nebem v Japonsku nepoznala porážku. Tady tedy 192 cm.
Oh, that was a good jump.
Skazuje, ale opravdu chyběl malý kousíček.
The coach is over on the left-hand side of the arena. I'm sure she'll be looking at that, but that was a good jump. The shoulder.
Jela Maradistin bude opravovat 192. Jak tady už několikrát zaznělo, je to jedna z těch dvoumetrových atletek. 2 metry skočila 24.2.2024.
So only 12 women in the world, both indoors and out, as I was saying. The lists are now amalgamated. Have been over 1m92 this year. So Morgan Lake, nobody cleared so far. Ruba, Takahashi, Distin, all bringing the bar down at the first time of asking. Lake, well, had her struggles at 189, took 3 attempts. Can she regain the initiative? Not a bad effort from Lake.
9krát po sobě zvítězila na národním šampionátu, má doma i 4., potažmo 6. místo ze světového.
Gave up the multi-events in 2018 just to focus on the high jump.
192 na poprvé.
Last year went over 195, but has a best indoors here at 199, which is the British record that came in 2023. Also jump 197, Lake, Patterson. I'm not sure Patterson's ever competed in Hustopece before. Anyway, certainly looking good with a clearance at 189, now 192 for the very experienced Australian, winning global titles nearly 12 years ago when she took the World Under-18 title in Donetsk in Ukraine. Nice one. Excellent effort.
Eleonora Peterson, medalistka z posledních olympijských her, ukazuje svou excelentní.
Patterson's clear. 4 women to take their second attempts. And Patterson goes clear by quite some margin.
No, přátelé, teď už
So
se
Michaela
pohybujeme
Gruber,
na
the first woman
hranici 10. místa průběžných světových tabulek, takže skutečně opět hustopečská laťka.
have her second
Agrotech v
attempt.
roce 2025 opět nabízí skvělou atletickou podívanou. No a ještě vylepšit to bude chtít Michaela Hrubá.
Gruber finished 6th last year, but good competitive record in Hustopece. Driving in. Oh no, wasn't really as good as her first attempt.
Tak jsme upřímní, tohle bylo poznání.
Certainly no lack of determination and effort.
Samozřejmě máme k dispozici ještě jednu
No,
možnost
just
na
span around her.
90.
Shoulders dropped just very slightly as she was taking off.
První pokus,
Now,
také předvedla
Nagisa Takahashi
nakonec nevydržel na
was
stojanech.
very,
Co
very
chybělo,
close
všichni
to
to máme ještě v
clearing
paměti.
1 meter
Poslední úpravy
92.
ještě převázání pravé tretry, tedy kontrola posledního detailu a jak můžete vidět, Nagisa Takahashi si zřejmě přehrává celý ten skok v hlavě a za malý okamžik půjde na to. Dámy a pánové, druhý pokus na 192. Japonka Nagisa Takahashi.
Now she's ready, getting the crowd behind her. Comes in very quickly. Takahashi getting ready. She was very close with her first attempt. Personal best, second personal best in Hustopece for Nagisa Takahashi. And quite rightly, absolutely delighted. So's her coach.
Pokus překonává 192 cm.
She moves up to 5th on the Japanese all-time list.
Nagisa Takahashi.
And what a marvellous effort from Takahashi.
Osobáček ještě opět výše. Má hodnotu
Jump from Distin. 3 women over 192. This is brewing up to be a really good competition at this sharp end. And an excellent jump from Distin. As I said, this time last year, she cleared 2 meters indoors in Fayetteville. Now Morgan Lake. Attacking. Oh, that was an excellent effort from Lake. Just clips it off with her heels. So just Ruber and Lake to have third attempts. That was a good effort from Lake. That'll give her a lot of confidence. Ruber, well, her better attempt was the first attempt. Second attempt was not quite up to scratch.
Ale pojďme k výšce. Třetí pokusy, 192 cm, Michaela Hrubá.
Gruber, well, the last time she cleared this high indoors was back in 2019. Been trying to turn back the clock over the course of the last year or so, with some success, it has to be said. No. Debatable as to whether her first or that attempt was the better of the three, but the result's the same. She brings the bar down and departs from the competition.
Podívaná a zážitek pro všechny atlety. Teď ještě za mnou zpomalý závěr, který si můžete vždycky všichni pochopitelně
Morgan Lake now to attempt this height for a third and final attempt.
Určitě podle mě skvělá předzvěst. No a třetí pokus, Morgan Lake.
So Morgan Lake set the British record here at 199 in 2023. Always a welcome visitor. Oh, not quite as good as the second attempt. Pretty decent attempt. I'm sure she's got plenty of more competitions in her diary coming up in the coming weeks. And perhaps that occasion will see her closer to 192, perhaps getting over or even going much higher. But on this occasion, in Hustopece this Saturday evening, Morgan Lake departs and the bar goes up to 194.
Které ještě budou pokračovat soutěži Nagisa, Takahashi, Japonsko, Lamara, Distin,
Lake has competed in Hustopece on no less than 7 occasions, which actually equals the record for overseas visitors. No, Yulia Chomachenko has been here 8 times.
Japonka skočila, bude už 2 centimetry pod rekordem. Tak.
So, 3 women remaining now. Nagisa Takahashi, Lamara Distin and Elena Patterson. The first one will be Nagisa Takahashi, who set personal bests at 189 and 192. Just looking down the far end of the arena. There we have her. You can see her. As things stand at the moment, Takahashi's in second place. Distin also got over the previous height, 192 at the second attempt. Had a failure earlier in the competition, whereas Takahashi, her only failure did come at 192. Oh, not that far away either from 194.
Jamajka, první pokus na 194 centimetrech. Lamara Distin.
Was trying too hard. But 2 more attempts for Distin. Also has a pretty decent 13.37 triple jump best. So Elena Patterson flawless, leading the way in the women's competition in Hustopece. Preparing herself, mentally rehearsing her jump, now coming in. Oh, first failure of the evening to Eleanor Patterson, but 2 more attempts left. And she is, at the moment, leading the way. She was flawless up until a few seconds ago. High point was not over the bar, took it off with the backside. Now, Nagisa Takahashi. She's been so impressive. She's really risen to the occasion, literally and metaphorically, here in Hustopece. 2 personal bests. And regardless of how things go at this height, she's certainly given it everything. I think Czechia's going to have a special place in her heart. Torso was over. Possibly her first attempt was slightly better. Jumping well, Takahashi. 1 more attempt for the Japanese jump. Us into the bar a little bit. Height wasn't there.
A druhý pokus teď má reprezentantka Austrálie s osobákem 202 cm, Eleanor Patterson.
So, the last woman to take her second attempt at this height, 194, the 2022 world champion, Eleanor Patterson. Cleared every height, up to and including 192. That's her very first attempt. Oh yes, tickles the bar, but it nicely done from the Australian. She's really set out her stall this year.
Úspěšně dostává přes laťku ve výšce 194 cm. A teď, dámy a pánové, pojďme pořádně zafandit. Pojďme se třeba postavit. Japonka Nagisa Takahashi je...
So, third and final attempts coming up for Nagisa Takahashi and Lamara Distin. Yeah, you can see the rest of the women just stretching out just behind her. Which we've just seen Patterson clear. Patterson goes equal 5th on the world list for 2025. Last night in Udine we saw the world record holder and Olympic champion Jaroslava Mahouček clear 194 as well in her 2025 debut. Not that far away, but Takahashi, what a great competition from her. 2 personal bests at 189 and then 192. Well, she was second in Trinich, and at the moment, she's second in Hustopece. That was probably the best of her 3 attempts, just looking at that replay.
A její třetí pokus na 194 cm. A vaše podpora určitě.
Like Takahashi, that was the best of the 3 attempts, but brings the bar down. So the top 3 are confirmed. Lamara Distin third, Nagisa Takahashi second, and Eleanor Patterson first. But Patterson has gone clear at 194 and can now choose what height the bar gets put up to.
196 cm půjde na stojany, další postupná výška pro již jistou vítězku kategorie
She's going up to 196. That's probably wise at this stage in proceedings.
A pozor, 197 si
holds the Oceania indoor record at 2 meters, which she cleared when she took the world indoor silver medal behind Jaroslava Mahouček in Belgrade in 2022. No, a bit of a revision. 197. She's been over 197 3 times in her career indoors. Did that in Birmingham in 2022. Followed it up by jumping that height in Banska Bystrica in 2022. And finished off that 2022 season with a Oceania area record. There's the scorecard. Only Eleanor Patterson over 194. Takahashi second with 192. Taking second place on countback from Lamara Distin. Didn't show the third and final failures for Takahashi and Distin, but I can assure you there's no change to the placings.
Protože ta atmosféra je skutečně skvělá. No a já si to pokusím užívat stejně tak, jako si to užíváš ty, jako si to užívají diváci.
Aha.
Kvak to tady odprovává, tak uvidíme.
And it does show the bar going up to 197.
Protože dostal jsem tady informaci, tajnou informaci, že v rámci dnešního dne i Kvaka uvidíme. No a 197 cm je to, přátelé, asi z jednoho prostého důvodu. Každopádně bude prostor se Eleanor Patterson zeptat, protože ostrý limit na jak halové mistrovství
So good quality competition with 3 women over 192 or better.
Jan Janků v Číně, to venkovní je v Tokiu v Japonsku, je 197 cm. Eleanor Patterson by tak už možná nemusela cestovat po celém světě a ty závody si pouze vybírat, protože by nemusela sbírat body do rankingu a 197 cm by znamenalo její účast, můžeme to tak už říct. Každopádně nepředbíhejme. Na stojanech tedy nastaveno 197 cm.
So the list of winners in Hustopece, recent times, Tamara Goose in last year, Morgan Lake in 2023 and 2017. Britain's Emily Borthwick and Nikki Manson won in 2022 and 2020. 2020 competition just sneaking in before the world came to an end due to the pandemic. The meeting record held by Ariane Friedrich at 2 meters exactly. That dates from 2009. 2:10 at the start of this program. No, definitely 2:09. I'm looking at the list of winners in front of me. Kovacic also a winner here in 2007, the year she took the world title. So, 197 for Eleanor Patterson. Oh, pretty good attempt for Patterson. Two more attempts, though, for the Australian. Just starting out her 2025 campaign. And a very good start it has been for her at 194. Taking into consideration she's probably still recovering a little bit from jet lag, having made the long trek from Sydney to Czechia.
No a slyšeli jsme předtím z úst mého kolegy, že Japonka Nagisa Takahashi skákala opravdu absolutní rekord je hodně vysoko, ale překonaných 192 cm znamená nejlepší halový historický výkon v rámci tedy Japonska mezi ženami, takže hustopečské skákání má další skvělý počin a záznam do historických tabulek nějaké země, tentokrát tedy Japonska, v rámci překonání tohoto, nechci říct rekordu, ale maxima. No a samozřejmě vy jste všichni si mohli tady vyzvednout ty brožury hustopečské skákání, přátelé. Určitě se do toho podívejte, skutečně musím říct, že organizátoři to zpracovali skvěle a najdete tam nejednu zajímavou informaci, i třeba to, že ty meetingy jsou s tou stříbrnou medailí a vůbec bronzovou, potom zlatou rozesety po celém světě a my buďme rádi za to, že ten stříbrný je tady v Hustopeči.
Well, the kids and the mascots all enjoying themselves as well. See there some young fans bouncing up and down with delight.
Všichni podpoříme dlaněmi druhý pokus na 197 cm Australanky Eleanor Patterson.
There is rumour that he obviously is more of a duck sound, but he's named after Kwaku Boateng, the Canadian high jumper, former Commonwealth Games silver medalist and a very popular figure on the international circuit about 20 years ago. So Eleanor Patterson, second attempt at 197 for the Australian. Just composing herself. It's been a good start. The 90 to, should say 2025 for Patterson. 1m94 already to her name. Oh, there was huge amounts of height there, but it was just ragged above the bar. But that shows the physical condition she's in. Well, let's have a look at that side-on view. You can see she got huge amount of height there. Well, brought it off with her backside, but there was plenty of daylight between herself and the torso. Just needs to fine-tune the technique a little bit. I'm sure that's the advice Quack would be giving her as well. So now, Eleanor Patterson has some time just to compose herself. As mentioned, this is a World Athletics Indoor Tour silver meeting, one of 8 World Athletics Indoor Tour meetings in the Czech Republic. It's the 6th of the 8th. Also meetings coming up in Ostrava and Novičky in the coming week or so. This meeting, well, it was inaugurated in 1999. Some of the men's winners, including Jaroslav Barber, 3-time winner between 2003 and 2005. Most recently, Shelby McEwen, who got the silver medal in the Olympics, won here. The man who beat him to gold in Paris, Hamish Kerr, won in Hustopece in 2023. 2022 winner, and the man who then went on to win the world indoor title in 2022, Korea's Woo Sung-hyuk. He'll be in action later on this evening. But now, with a third attempt at 197, is Elena Patterson. She's already got the competition won. Now, can she clear this height? This would really make a few headlines amongst the high jumping fraternity. Come on, Elena. No. Drops a shoulder. Perhaps not as good as the second attempt, but she bows out, thanks the crowd, and is the winner with 1.94 m. On the replay there, yes, just drops her shoulder just a little bit. Nevertheless, a really good start to her indoor season and year. So they'll give Patterson a few minutes just to get on a training kit, and then we'll have the medal presentation. But for the moment, there'll be a brief break from commentary.
Tak, dámy a pánové, neodcházejte. Čeká nás vyhlášení vítězů, rozhovor s vítězkou, takže za malou chvilku všechno vypukne. Tak, dámy a pánové, začínáme vyhlašovat vítězky kategorie ženy A hustopeckého skákání Agrotech 2025. Tak, já vám představím ty, kteří budou předávat ceny, medaile, odměny. Dámy a pánové, vezmu to takhle, jak to mám napsaný. Místo starosta města Hustopečí, pan Josef Horák. Zamávejte nám, pane místostarosto. Doktorka Hana Potnišilová, starostka města Hustopečí. Inženýr Martin Rada, zástupce Agroteku Hustopeče, pan generální ředitel. Jaroslav Bába, bývalý reprezentant, několikanásobný vítěz tohoto meetingu. A teď vám představím toho nejmladšího, což je Jan Zástěra, který s atletikou začal v loni v červnu, je to člen atletiky Hustopeče, zařadil se mezi nejlepší vrhače Moravy, jeho specialitou je hod kladivem, loni výrazně přispěl k titulu mistrů republiky družstva starších žáků a je taky výborný házenkář. Takže Jan Zástěra je ten pátý, který bude předávat. A já mu tam pozvu šest vítězů, nebo vítězek. Začínáme vítězkou celé soutěže. Tou se stala Eleanor Peterson z Austrálie výkonem 194 cm. Poprosím, aby přišel na stupně vítězů.
So now, very quickly, getting all the women together. Standing on top of the podium with her 194 clearance, it's Australia's 2022 World Champion, Eleanor Patterson.
Výkon 192 cm.
Big smiles from Patterson. Big smiles indeed from Nagisa Takahashi. The Japanese jumper clearing personal bests of 189 and then 192 to take second place. Lamara Destin also clearing 192, but had failures earlier in the competition and has to settle for third place, but certainly a return to form for Destin. Michaela Fruber fourth.
A šesté místo společně Tatiana Gusin, Řecko a Solen Giselle,
Morgan Lake,
Francie.
like Haruba, clearing 189. Tatiana Gusin and Solange Chiquel, 185. Equal sixth place for them. So, Eleanor Patterson. Prize, flowers, and a stuffed quack. What more could you want? And if you're the gold medalist, you get a big quack. If you're the silver medalist, you just get a little one. It doesn't look like... Oh, yes. Everyone gets a quack, though, but the biggest one goes to Eleanor Patterson. Solange Chiquel looking a bit nonplussed of what to do with her stuffed toy. I wonder if they're available in the local shops. Yeah, good little merchandising opportunity. Yeah, Nagisa Takahashi thrilled to bits, not just with her performance as well. There's the men measuring out their run-ups. There's Jan Stefala, who was in such impressive form in Trinec. And as I say, the surface in Trinec a little bit unforgiving because it's laid straight onto the concrete base of an ice hockey arena. Here, it's onto the sprung floor of a basketball arena. Still very much within World Athletics regulations, but it's a bit more forgiving and a bit more helpful to the jumpers. And I'm just wondering whether Stefala, who you can see there, can utilise that to great effect. And the silver trophy as well. Silver trophy? Glass trophy, really. And of course, in this part of Czechia, in addition to wine, they are famous for their glass making. I wonder if that's going to survive the next few weeks while Helena Patterson's going to be in Europe and survive the trip back home to Sydney in Australia. That's something that she can work out. So there's the top 7, as Gusin and Solončikel were equal 6, all crammed onto the podium.
Tak, váš potlesk je pro 6 nejlepších, samozřejmě nejenom pro ně, ale pro všechny, které se nám dneska představili. A počkáme si ještě
coming
na
up, while the men
rozhovor.
warm up, we've got some interviews and some more folk dancing. But I'm going to take just a little bit of a break again from commentary. We're going to have 2 hours of high jumping in the men's event coming up very shortly from this World Athletics Indoor Tour Silver event in Hustopece, Czechia.
Is this the first place? Are you satisfied?
Yes, I am today. Very happy. The atmosphere was incredible, so thank you for helping me clear some high bars. But very happy. It's a new run-up, so it's been the first competition, so I'm happy. I've had fun in Hustopece. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. And is there any chance to see you again next year, maybe?
I would love to. I love doing indoor meets such as this, and so I would love to come back. So fingers crossed I'll see you all this next year.
And last question, where maybe could be the next race after Hustopece? Is there any chance to visit audience from Hustopece? Because I think it will be Banská Bystrica in Slovakia. It is very close to Hustopece.
Yes, Banska is my next competition, and it's a wonderful competition, and I love competing there as well as here. I broke my foot 2 years ago, almost to the day at Banska, so I'm going back for redemption, so I am really looking forward to it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, that's important news. Helena Patterson confirms that she's going to be jumping in Banská Bystrica over the border in Slovakia on 18th of February. And that'll bring her head-to-head with the world record holder and Olympic champion Jaroslav Mahouček. And as she said, well, Helena Patterson clearing 199 in Banska 3 years ago. And then broke her foot in an accident there, which wiped out her indoor season in 2023. However, that will be a very exciting duel between Patterson and Mahouček, I'm sure. They're good friends, they go back a long way, and of course you'll be able to watch that on the European Athletics live stream, both the website and YouTube channels showing European Athletics live stream events this year.
Bude v nedaleké, ano, je to velmi blízko, když se podíváme na ty meetingy, jak jsou rozezety po Evropě, vůbec po celém světě, Banské Bystrici, kam se také moc těší. Tak to byla výška žen, dámy a pánové, my máme malinký skluz, ale to nám vůbec nevadí, já doufám, že se atletikou bavíte a za malý okamžik budeme pokračovat skokem vysoký v kategorii mužů. Díky moc, že fandíte, že jste tady.
In case you're wondering what else we've got coming up, well, on the 11th of February, we've got the Memorial Josip Gasparak in Osijek as well, in Croatia. That specialist field events meeting coming up. That's the most immediate European Athletics live stream. And of course, we also have the European Athletics Indoor Championships coming to you from Apeldoorn in the Netherlands between the 6th and the 9th of March. Every single minute of those championships will be streamed via the European Athletics website.
Tentokrát pozor, to budou, oni mě tady napsali seniori, jo, ale jsou to ti starší členové Hustopecké kasy. Bude to vystoupení v trošku jiném kabátě, než bylo předtím. 20 let již mají tihleti členové nějaký pátek za sebou, ale rozhodně jim nechybí energie a nadšení a předvedou nám starší ženáči pásmo sedláckých, a teď nevím, písní, pásmo sedláckých tady mám napsáno. Tak, já nevím, jak je to s muzikou. Pavle, prosím vás, tady...
So now, once again, we have the HUSTOPEČSKÉ Chasa, the folklore ensemble, be entertaining the spectators and fans while the men are warming up.
Dámy a pánové, tleskáte hustopecké chase. Dámy, máme pro vás připravenou opět růžičku, tentokrát z ruky pana ředitele tohoto závodu. Já vám pak vysvětlím, proč pan ředitel...
Well, the meeting director, Zbyněk Háda, presenting roses to the dancers. Well, that's been going on. The men have been warming up, getting their run-ups grooved in.
Zpestřila ten dnešní program, já věřím, že to pro vás byl zážitek. Tak. Ještě chviličku, pan Harder přejde dopředu a potom my pro vás máme do té přestávky ještě jedno takové, nechci říct překvapení, to nemůžu říct ani překvapení. My už druhý rok tady zažíváme takové trošku smutné okamžiky. V loni jsme se tady pomyslně loučili s Jackem Přibáněm. Dámy a pánové, dovolte nám, abychom v tuto chvíli absolvovali vzpomínku na dalšího člověka, který k této akci vždycky patřil. Pomáhal nám ji zakládat, byl tady každý rok. Bohužel opustil nás. Poprosím o medailonek Jan Janků starší.
Now, memoriam to Jan Janků, the senior
začal s
famed
v České
coach.
Lípě. Později pak dlouhá
He died
léta
just a
trávil
few
v
weeks ago.
Jablonci, kde začal i trénovat. V trenérské činnosti pak pokračoval v Dukle Praha. Ve výšce dosáhl osobního rekordu 211
to the likes of
centimetrů.
Jaroslav Barber,
Mezi jeho významné
who went on to
svěřence
take
patřili
Olympic
vícenásobní
medals, and of course his
medaillisté
sons
z
Thomas and
evropských
Jan
soutěží
Janků.
Milada Karbanová a Jaroslav Bába. Velmi
There's the
úspěšně
young
závodili
Jaroslav
také
Barber
jeho
alongside
synové
Jan
Jan
Janků
a Tomáš.
senior.
Starší z jeho synů Jan byl například čtvrtý na halovém mistrovství Evropy a dostal
Thomas
se
Janků,
i do finále
silver medalist at the
mistrovství
European
světa. Jeho
Championships
mladší
in
bratr Tomáš
2006.
získal stříbro na mistrovství Evropy a bronz na halovém
son.
mistrovství Evropy. Startoval na 3 mistrovstvích
The
světa
son Jan
a
Janků.
3
In
olympijských
fact, a
hrách.
third generation
Jan Janků
of the
starší
family
jezdil do
won the
Hustopečí
under
od
18
prvního
contest earlier
ročníku
today.
doprovázet
Jan
své
Janků
syny
III.
i další svěřence. Našel si zde spoustu kamarádů, které občas navštívil i během roku. Jan Janků starší zemřel v úterý 7. ledna 2025, den před svými 78. narozeninami.
Jan Janků dying at 77 years of age on the 7th of January, just one day before his 78th birthday.
Dovolte mi takovou malou vzpomínku. Honza tady jezdil každý rok, my jsme ho měli strašně moc rádi. V podstatě patřil taky k tomu zdravému jádru, které tady tvořilo tenhle meeting. A Honza by si moc přál, aby jsme na něho netruchlili, protože, jak říká jeho syn Tomáš, netruchlete pro mě, ale mějte mě.
So the meeting director, Zbyněk Háda, paying a personal tribute to Jan Janků.
Zatleskat Honzovi Janku. Honzo, děkujeme.
And rest in peace, he was known as Honzu locally.
Děkuji vám.
Tak a my teď budeme trošku dovesela. Šárka Kašpárková seděla tady někde. Je tady Šárka, prosím vás. Šárko, pojďte se za mnou. Můžete na chvilku. My totiž jsme dostali ve scénáři udělat s vámi krátký rozhovor. Vy jste další taková ikona tohoto meetingu. Není tady?
Třeba už se rozcvičuje na příští rok do sektoru.
No tak já ti budu schánět někde do bufetu.
Když ji seženem, rozhovor bude, a když ne, tak zřejmě budeme pokračovat. Každopádně borci se rozcvičují.
I have to confess that my
Čeká nás určitě
understanding of Czech is a little bit limited. Know a few words.
Šárka Kašpárková.
Now,
Šárka Kašpárková
tribute to
pochází
Sárka
z Karviné.
Kašpárková.
Na škole začala s basketbalem, ale brzy
1997
přešla k atletice. Nejprve se věnovala
World
skoku do výšky.
Championships, triple jump gold medalist, and a very fine high jumper herself.
A startovala i na olympijských hrách v Barceloně roku
National record holder as a
1992.
high jumper.
Už tehdy se ale začala orientovat na novou ženskou disciplínu, trojskok, ve kterém dosáhla největší úspěchy. V roce 1996 získala bronz na olympijských hrách v Atlantě. O rok později se stává mistryní světa v Aténách a další rok přidává stříbro na mistrovství Evropy v Budapešti. Má několik medailí z evropských a světových halových šampionátů a výkonem 15,2 metru drží stále český rekord. Je místopředsedkyní Českého klubu olympioniků a v roce 2013 se představila v taneční soutěži Stardance.
Tak, je to překvapení pro vás?
Ano, s tím jsem nepočítala. Měla jsem tady jiné funkce, než tady...
Počkejte, já vám dám druhý mikrofon.
There is Sárka Kaspárková.
Aby to bylo takový komfortní pro vás.
Saw her
Věřte tomu,
interviewed
že
a little bit
to je
earlier.
taky překvapení. Každopádně já samozřejmě vlastně spoustu pikantních věcí.
So the presenter Wojciech Novotný.
Každopádně vyjdete odsud.
There's a bit of a question and answer with Sárka Kaspárková.
Tak aspoň nám to přibližte, jak nám tečou sliny.
Tak přiznám se, že kromě koláčků, které byly vynikající, jsem ještě nic moc nechutnala a teďka jsem zrovna měla víno, které teda bylo taky výborné.
Kdo by to byl řekl, že na hustopečském skákání bude výborné víno? Každopádně.
Taky mě to překvapilo.
Šárko, tady jsme viděli váš medailonek, kde vlastně se odehrávala ta vaše atletická kariéra. Od výšky po ten trojskok, skvělé úspěchy, kdyby to nikdo neviděl. Mistryně světa z roku 97, bronzová z olympijských her z roku 96, 3krát stříbrná z mistrovství Evropy a z halového mistrovství Evropy a 2krát bronz z halového mistrovství světa. Je to správně?
Je to správně a možná tam ještě něco i chybí.
No, mě tam, přátelé, to chce potlesk, ikona sportu obecně, ano, protože Šárko, vy, to tam nezaznělo, já jsem si to dočetl a doufám, že správně, že předtím, než jste se věnoval na atletiku, tak jste se věnoval basketbalu. Je to tak správně?
Byl to můj první sport, se kterým jsem začínala a taky se kterým asi skončím tu svoji sportovní kariéru.
Na to jsem se chtěl dostat, tak jste mi to, abych tak řekl, vykoupila každopádně basketbal, pak atletika. Co byl ten rozhodující moment, proč jste se proto rozhodla? Ptal se i osobně, protože já jsem dělal taky basketbal a pak jsem šel na sportovní gympl a tam jsem taky začal dělat atletiku.
Tak asi jsem spíš individuální hráč, protože mi vadilo, když někdo tomu nedával tolik, co já. A pak mi taky vadilo to, když jsem to já kazila těm ostatním. Kdežto, když člověk dělá individuální sport, tak si zodpovídá sám za všechno. Je to teda i větší zodpovědnost, protože se spoléhá sám na sebe. Nikdo ho tam nikde nezastoupí, ale toto mi vyhovovalo daleko víc.
Po vaší skvělé atletické kariéře jste se tedy zpátky, jak už jste říkala, vrátila k basketbalu v rámci kondičního trenérky, do Brna. No a pak vaše stopa trošku na internetu mizí, a protože úplně nejsme na Instagramu přátelé, dámy a pánové, tak povězte nám, co děláte teď po té slavné atletické kariéře? Zůstanete u toho basketbalu a jak a v jaké pozici se mu tam věnujete?
Tak basket ještě hraju aktivně za Podolí u Brna, což je tady vlastně kousíček. Máme skvělou partu holek, takže po té sportovní stránce se snažím hýbat, dokud to jde. A jinak osobně vlastně pracuji v největším školním sportovním projektu Olympijský víceboj, kde mám na starosti moravské školy, takže jsem neustále v tom sportovním prostředí a mezi dětmi, takže je to skvělé.
A poslední otázka, pojďme zpět do Hustopečí. Užíváte si více roli, kterou tady máte nyní, anebo když vzpomenete na ty své obrovské úspěchy, kde vám fandili doslova 10 000 diváků, tak jak byste to hodnotila tehdy a o 25 let později? Jak to vnímáte?
Tak já jsem měla štěstí, že jsem ještě před trojskokem skákala i do výšky a zažila jsem vlastně tu éru, kdy tady ty halové výšky v těch tělocvičnách začínaly, takže jsem skákala na novinářské laťce v Čejkovicích, takže jsem tu atmosféru zažila a musím říct, že do dneška to výškařům hrozně závidím, že mají tu možnost mít čistě ten svůj závod, být v kontaktu s publikem, protože já myslím, že každý sportovec to miluje, prostě to povzbuzování, ten rachot v té hale, takže závidím a hrozně ráda si tady tu atmosféru užívám, protože mi to vlastně dává takové krásné vzpomínky na to, co bylo v tom minulém století.
Moc děkuju, dámy a pánové, velký aplaus. Šárka Kaspárková.
Děkuju.
Well, Sárka Kaspárková, very popular figure, very much so still in Czech athletics, even though it's 28 years now, coming up for 28 years since she won her triple jump gold. very shortly. We're going to get underway with the introduction of the men's competitors, and then the men's competition will get underway here in Hustopece, the 25th edition of this Hustopece Skáskáni meeting.
Tak, hned jak se dolepí do skočiště, tak budeme začínat, přátelé, najděte si místečko, za malou chvilku vše vypukne, půjdeme na kategorii muži A, představíme vám opět závodníky. Mělo by být 13, pokud se nepletu. Tak, máme dolepeno? Tak, seřadíme závodníky a můžeme vypuknout. Můžeme začít.
So, if you're here earlier, you'll know what's about to happen. Yes, there's some excited youngsters there who are going to be accompanying the male high jumpers as they're presented to the crowd. It's almost like a guard of honor.
Tak, dámy a pánové, my vám představíme ty, kteří budou
One of the youngsters there, that little boy, seemed a little bit reluctant, but he's got a Mexican flag, so I think he'll probably be hanging on to the hands of Jan Portillo. Portillo, there, at the top of your screen, slightly beheaded by the cameraman at the moment. There he is, bending down. Young man very proudly, Jan Portillo in one hand and a Mexican flag in the other.
Vydržte ještě chviličku, řadíme závodníky a za malou chvíli vám je všechny představíme.
And I think we're all ready to go.
Tak já se zeptám dozadu, jestli můžeme začít.
Quacks there as well.
Skvěle. Tak, jdeme
Given
na to.
the mascot seal of approval.
Hustopecké skákání 2025. Muži A jako první.
The athletes
na tuto plochu
coming forward in jumping order.
S osobním rekordem 227 cm. Jan Portillo.
Jan Portillo. 227 performer at best. Finished second to his brother Eric, who's coming up shortly in the Mexican Championships last year. 22 years of age. Tomohiro Shino, 8th at the World Championships in 2022. The Japanese man was the bronze medalist at the Asian Games in 2023. Marek Baník. 5 Czechia titles to his name. 226 man at best.
Dalším mexickým závodníkem je několikanásobný mistr své země Eric Portillo.
Also went to the European Championships last year. The charismatic and effervescent Eric Portillo. Whether he jumps well or he jumps badly, he's always got the crowd behind him. And it was Portillo who went to the World Championships and the Olympic Games in the last 2 years. Vadim Kravchuk, very late addition to the field. He's come straight here from Udine, where he jumped 2:18 for fourth place. Udine competition on Thursday. A couple of competitors have come over here from there. Brian Ratz, World Under-20 silver medalist in 2022 in Cali and Olympic finalist last year, as well as being the African champion. Edgar Rivera, very familiar face in Hustopece. Mexican record holder at 2:31 and fourth at the World Championships in 2017. Ryoichi Akamatsu just missed out on a medal, fifth in Paris last summer at the Olympic Games. And he was there that he set his personal best of 2:31. Dimitro Nikitin, World Under-18 silver medalist in 2015 and the European Under-20 silver medalist 2 years later in 2017. World Under-20 champion in 2016. Just missed out on a medal in Budapest. Luis Enrique Zayas.
No a třetím Ukrajincem v tom startovním poli je s osobním maximem 231 cm Oleg Doroščuk.
Oleg Doroščuk. Doroščuk cleared 2:30, just 1 centimetre below his best in Trinec. And last year's European bronze medalist in Rome. So the Ukrainian in good shape at the start of 2025. Jan Štefela, Olympic finalist and a World Indoor Championships fifth placer. Jumped 2:30 to win in Trinec back a few days ago on Wednesday. And looked really good indeed. But here's the man who won here 2 years ago. Woo Sang-yuk, the Korean, the World Indoor Champion in 2022 and the World Indoor Bronze medalist last year. Also took a World Championships silver medalist in 2022. Holds the Korean national record at 2:36, which he set here in 2022. 2022 indeed was the year he won.
A olympijské hry se sešly právě teď v rámci 25. ročníku hustopečského skákání Agrotek v roce 2025.
Champion in Hustopece who's returned this year.
Skvělá konkurence. Všechno musí být zachováno tak, jak u dám, dámy a pánové, chystejte ruce, možná dostanete tričko.
Everybody taking a bow, throwing the t-shirts into the arena. I wonder if you're allowed to take home 2 t-shirts or whether you're disqualified from having a second t-shirt if you got one with the women's competition. Conversation for another day.
Všechno je připraveno k tomu, aby dnešní závod mohl začít. Základní výška, tu vidíte na stojanu vedle rozhodčích 213 cm a v podstatě uvidíte z té 13 11 závodníků už na základní výšce.
So as the men get stripped off and get ready to jump,
pouze 2 závodníci tu základní výšku
the opening height
vynechávají,
is going to be
posunou
2:13.
základ na další postupné výšky.
Be interesting to see how they
Můžeme začít.
face the challenge of 2:13. A few of the men were struggling. Jan Portillo, the first man to jump, only cleared 2:12 in Trinec on Wednesday.
Mexičan s osobním maximem 227 cm. Jair Portillo.
So Jan Portillo, the first man to attempt 2:13. The world lead 2:31. I think I said earlier in the program it was 2:30, but I overlooked the fact that the very good Italian Stefano Sottile was fourth at the Olympic Games, just missing out on a medal in Paris, jumped 2:31 last night in Wenheim at that high jump meeting in Germany. history suggests there could be some very good jumping here. Last year, Shelby McEwen, the American, who went on to silver medals in both the World Indoor Championships and the Olympic Games, jumped 2:33. Hamish Kerr 2:30. Sang-Yuk Woo 2:36 back in 2022. So, Jan Portillo getting things underway. We're running a bit late. If you were looking at the programme, we should have got underway at 7:15. Oh, Jan Portillo nicely over. Good opener from the Mexican. Jumped to personal best indoors, of course. This is second European meeting. Came over here with Akamatsu and the third man, Tomohiro Eto. Eto not competing here in Hustopece. Now, Marek Barnik won the B competition here last year with 2:20. Year before, I should say 2 years ago, he jumped 2:24 here. Barnik bringing the bar down at 2:13. 13 men in this competition, by the way. Just to give you a quick wrap-up, there's no less than 5 Paris Olympic Games finalists, as well as 4 men who were in the final in Budapest at the last World Championships. Eric Portillo. Oh, comfortably over. Portillo jumping to Torero by Cheyenne. He's also got a second choice of music. Wonder if we're going to hear that a bit later on. That's a bit cheeky, choosing 2 numbers. And the late addition, after competing in Udine on Thursday night, Vadim Kravchuk. Kravchuk is the best of 2:25, but that goes back to 2021. But look good there. Kravchuk has jumped 2:21 though this year, just a couple of weeks ago, so in pretty good form. Brian Ratz, I was impressed with his jumping in Trinech. Had some really good clearances. Jumped an indoor best of 2:17. Has jumped 2:26 outdoors. I think he's got a lot of potential, this South African, although you wouldn't have known it by that jump. I spoke too soon. Only just turned 21 in the middle of January, 17th of January to be precise, so made last year's Olympic final as a 20-year-old. Edgar Rivera at the opposite end of the age range as far as these competitors are concerned, 33 years of age, a now veteran Mexican. Uses Germany as a training base. His brother Luis Rivera, the Mexican record holder in the long jump. Nicely over 2:13 for Rivera. Brother also got a World Championship medal back in 2013 in the long jump, whereas Rivera just missed out. Finished 4th at the World Championships in 2017. Akamatsu. He's changed his music from Trinech. Plenty of people who recognise this. Pharrell Williams, happy. He wasn't that happy in Trinech, it has to be said. Only finished equal 5th with 2017. He's very quick on his run-up, and that's a good clearance from Akamatsu.
Ukrajinec s osobním maximem 224 cm.
So it's Nikitin's turn. Nikitin finished third in Trinec with 224. So
Bez problémů se dostává.
that equalled his season's best. He'd also jumped 224 in Kiev and had no problems jumping 213.
Ukrajinec a jeho první pokus na výšce 213 cm.
Here's Oleg Doroshuk. Sayas and Wu passing this height, so just Jan Štefala to come.
Vítěz z Třince z tohoto týdne, dámy a pánové, český závodník Jan Štefela.
So Jan Štefala, as I said, 230 and cleared it by some distance in Trinec. Just wondering whether he'll be able to further down the line get a personal best here. Still got his training bottoms on. No problems at 213 for Jan Štefala. The man who hails from Pilsen, member of the local club there. Fifth at the World Indoor Championships last year as a follow-on from his very good season. His real breakthrough season last year, even though he was the European Under-23 champion back in 2021. Now, Marek Barnek. Now over. Barnek.
Republika Jižní Afrika, Brian Ratz, druhý pokus na
Brian Ratz.
13 cm.
Brian Ratz, the South African. Oh, the sloppy first attempt at this height of 213. No, he's struggling a little bit. Well, he was looking good in competition in Trinec up till 221. He's started this competition rather badly. Height's there, technique isn't.
Že vám to půjde stejně jako při ženách. A pojďme mu pomoct tomu, aby se přes laťku ve výšce 213 cm úspěšně přehoupl, aby se přes ní dostal.
So Ratz goes back to his marks, and a third attempt for the South African. Pressure's on a little bit for the South African. Third and final attempt. No, it all goes horribly wrong. So Ratz, I'm afraid no mark to his name on this occasion. After good competition in Trinec, he makes a very quick departure. But the bar will now go up to 218.
Doskákáno a pojďme na další postupnou výšku, kterou je 218 cm.
No, přátelé,
So a big leap of 5 centimeters to 218.
Nechci říkat to slovo tragédie, protože tragédie v životě člověka, to je přeci jenom trošku něco jiného, ale sportovní možná. Brian Ratz totiž, když už se k němu nedostaneme, úřadující šampion, halový šampion Jihoafrické republiky, nejmladší účastník.
Judge is doing a quick, excellent job of moving this competition along quickly.
Na olympiádě v Paříži, kam proklouzl do finále. Nakonec skončil tedy 12., ale velký příslib do budoucna vůbec výšky obecně.
I love their high jumping and these specialist field event meetings in Czech Republic, and they're very popular with the jumpers as well. Always excellent hospitality. Surprised to see Jan Štefler now pass a few heights. He did that in Trinec, jumped 212 as a training height, and then came back in again at 224. So now we're ready to go. And the first man to attempt this height will be Jan Janků.
Přátelé, na stojanech je 2,18 m. Jako první na tuto výšku bude připraven a pevně věřím, je připraven jeden z trojce Mexičanů, Jair Portillo.
Given an enthusiastic introduction by the infield announcer. Last year we had no less than 10 men clear 221 or better. So Portillo. Ooh, thought that was going to stay up. Would have been an indoor best for him. This is his first year of competing internationally indoors. Hasn't got a great deal of international experience. Jumped 215 in Otrokovice. I'm sure a lot of advice has been passed on by his brother, who's much more experienced. Now, Tomohiro Shino. Personal best of 231 back in 2020. Made the final of the World Championships in 2022 in Eugene. Did go to the Olympic Games in Paris, but didn't make it out to the qualifiers. Nice jump from Shino.
My pojďme v rychlém sledu dále. Připravený je první ze dvou českých reprezentantů. Jak jsem říkal, Jan Štefler vynechává. Takže na 2,18 uvidíme pouze jednoho a tím je Marek Bahník.
Well, two of his top four jumps have come in Hustopece when he's jumped 224 here in 2020 and 2022. Brings the bar down though at 2 meters 18. First time of asking, but not a bad attempt. Barney relegated to the B competition last year, but did win it with 220. So he's back in the top echelon this year. Oh, Eric Portillo. Portillo had a great 2023. Set his personal best of 228 indoors. Saw him compete several times indoors that year, and I thought he was going to push on and challenge Edgar Rivera's Mexican record. Hasn't quite happened. Last year jumped 227. But that's a good jump from Portillo. 218 for Portillo.
Tady v Česku závodil na konci ledna v Otrokovicích před několika dny ve Verk areně v Třinci a teď tady, tedy konečně přes 2,18. Připraven na svůj první pokus na této výšce i jeden z Ukrajinců.
2023 jumped 227 indoors in Hustopece. Portillo, so knows what competing here and jumping high is all about. Finished third on that occasion. So, Vadim Kravchuk, now 28 years of age. Did compete at the last European Indoor Championships when there was a qualifying round, but he didn't make it out of qualifying. Oh, good jump there from Kravchuk. 2:18.
Zůstane na stojanech.
Has jumped 2:21 already this year. That's a good start for him. Next height will be 2:22.
2,18 cm. No a Mexičan, jeden
And
tedy z trojice
the man who I
Mexičanů
was
tady na
mentioning a
startu,
moment ago,
právě teď
in the
na
context of that
18,
Mexican record,
Edgar
Rivera. So, that's a reworking. I don't think it's the original opus Life is Life, but still very, very recognisable. Use the same music in Trinech. Oh, well, he was stuttering, he was chopping his stride. There was a lot of height there. It's the women who competed a little bit earlier. You could see Chomachenko and Savaskin just watching intently what the men are up to.
Ano, a první pokus má k dispozici i Japonec Ryoichi Akamatsu.
Ryoichi Akamatsu. Yeah, he is happy, isn't he? Just like the song title. Tall, long-striding competitor. No problems there for Akamatsu.
Ryoichi Akamatsu nikoho nenechal na pochybách a překonává 2,18 cm. Stále ještě v těch dlouhých elastických kalhotech na 2,18 ke svému prvnímu pokusu je připraven jeden ze dvou
last
trenců.
2 years he's won the Asian Indoor Championships, so he's obviously quite comfortable jumping undercover. Dmitry Nikitin.
Pardon, omlouvám se, jenom tady vidím tyčku, nějaká chybička se vloudila. Tak poprosím rozhodčí, aby...
Personal best of 2:28 was when he finished second in the European Under-20 Championships back in 2017. Now coming back to some sort of form. Has had injury problems, and then of course every single Ukraine athlete has had upheavals in the last couple of years with the war in their country. Just double checking the stanchions.
Znovu tedy naměříme přesných 2,18 cm.
Just rechecking the bar.
Jsme tady předtím o ženských těch ostrých limitech světové atletiky na ten světový šampionát, jak halový, tak venkovní, to je 197 cm. Mezi muži, kdyby vás to zajímalo, tak je to na halové mistrovství světa dokonce 234 cm.
Made to wait just a little bit. Well, they're just making sure everything's in order with the stanchions.
To pak je 233 cm. To jsou skutečně úctyhodné výšky. No a nejen o to se tady bojuje,
Sure what the volunteers indicating. Maybe even suggesting to the cameraman that he changes his position.
Což je další možnost, jak se atleti můžou probojovat na ty vrcholné akce.
Slightly unusual to see the
můžeme se o tom bavit dále, ale každopádně vše už je v
main
pořádku.
camera angle to the rear of the bed.
Na 2,18 cm Dmitro Nikitin.
Now finally it's ready to see Dmitro Nikitin. Nice close up of him though at a distance. And comfortably over for the Ukrainian.
Skáče skvěle. 2,18.
Good height there. Still got his training bottoms on. Just wondering whether he's going to strip those off. And now, Luis Zayas, two-time Pan American Games champion in 2019 and 2023. Personal best of 2:33. Indoors also jumped 2:33 in Banskovic-Stritzer. got some good results in Hustopece as well. But that was a bit of a lackluster attempt from Zayas.
Hned při své základní výšce na 2.18, protože 2.13 vynechával, laťku schazuje.
Just missed out on a medal at the Budapest World Championships, cleared 2.33, but that was only sufficient for fourth place. So Ole Doroschuk, 2.18 for the second of two Ukrainians in this competition. Oh, took that very easily indeed. I think he'd be very happy with his performance in Trinec, even though he had to finish second. 2.27, very easy. And he wasn't that far away from 2.32, which would have been a personal best.
Vše je připraveno, přátelé, k tomu, aby jsme viděli, alespoň co se týká těch papírových předpokladů, borce, který tady zahajuje svoji halovou sezonu, tedy jeho první závod v letošním roce.
Moment, 5 men clear.
Diamantové ligy, pokud chcete. Čtvrtý z olympijských her z Tokia, sedmý z Paříže.
Stefala is passing this height.
Neskutečně usměvavý a
seen it come up on our monitors.
Korejec, který tady si vytvořil osobní rekord, což je také národní halový rekord Koreje 236 cm a není to nikdo jiný než
Woo Sang-yok. This is the protocol with Korean names. His family names first. Family names Woo, given name Sang-yok. To focus. Halcyon year of 2022. With 2.36. That's comfortable.
Nádhera. Přátelé, já vím informaci, kterou vám milé rád prozradím, což je další skvělá vizitka pro hustopečské skákání, protože Sang Janků si vybral v halové sezóně pouze 2 meetingy, které bude absolvovat.
First sight of the 2022 World Indoor Champion.
Tak skvělý jsme tady v Hustopečích, tak
very familiar technique. He almost does a full 360-degree turn going over the bar and landing. So we quickly move on to second attempts. And it's Yaputilo.
A vy to můžete pomoci pak svými dlaněmi. Každopádně Sang Janků 2.18 naprosto s přehledem skáče a my půjdeme na první opravy.
We also had a B competition earlier today, and the Briton, Kimani Jack, a shout out to him, clearing a personal best of 2.17 to win that contest. Yaputilo. First attempt at 2.17, which, as I said, would be an indoor best for him. Hasn't competed often indoors. This is only his 4th ever indoor competition. A couple of high jump outings back in 2020 when he was at high school. And a nice jump there, though. Indoor best for Yaputilo.
Českého trenéra Tomáše Vojtka, který se už několikátou sezonu připravuje v našich podmínkách, tedy v hale, překonává 2,18 m na druhý pokus.
Good clearance there from the younger Portillo. 2 years difference between him and his brother. Now, Marek Barnik, coached by a former winner here in Hustopece, Vladislav Ton. Oh. So he'll have a third attempt. Rivera and Zayas also having failed at the first time, still to come with their second attempts. Here is Edgar Rivera. Once again, the man in black, all black apparel from head to toe. Black spikes on as well, specialist high jump spikes. Just composing himself. see so often with these jumpers, just the mental rehearsal. And Rivera is one of the arch exponents of that aspect. Oh, excellent jump. No problems with the run up this time as he flies over 218.
Celá ta skvadra mexických atletů se připravuje, jak jsem říkal, tady v Česku konkrétně na Kladně.
Nicely done.
Jirka Jon, který je tady mezi námi, takže ho tímto zdravíme. Pojďme dále, Edgar Rivera překonává 2,18 m a opravovat bude také
So, Luis Zayas.
Enrique Zayas.
Tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para darle alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, hey Macarena. Hey Macarena, Macarena, Macarena.
Zayas, 1.94 m tall. If you're watching in the United States or anywhere else that uses imperial measurements, that's 6'4.5". Oh, what's that going rolling over there? Anyway, Ian Barnick will take a third attempt. Where, that was a tennis ball. Where did that come from, I think? Not quite sure. So, third attempts for Marek Barnick and Luis Zayas.
Zayas bude opravovat a my jsme připraveni ke
Zayas
třetím
is
pokusu
struggling as
na
well in
Udine
Udine.
na 18 centimetrech.
As well as women competitors coming directly from Udine. Only cleared 2:12 in Udine.
Marek Bahník, přátelé, a
So,
útočí
Marek
naše
Bahník.
dlaně.
Oh, it wasn't there.
Tak to bylo hodně vysoko, ale Marek, kdyby se zalekl.
Not this time, not this year.
Každopádně potlesk, Marek Bahník.
After so many good performances in Hustopece, he'll have to settle for just 2:13 to his name. So Barnick goes out. Second man to depart from this competition.
Další, poslední, třetí pokus na této více. Luis Enrique Zayas.
So Luis Zayas. 2:33 jumper, which he's cleared on a number of occasions. I make it 3 occasions, he's gone over 2:33. Oh, and finally he gets over 2:18. Yes. So the Cuban continues in this competition. 11 men will be in as the bar goes up to 2:22 m. I think 2:22 is going to be a critical height. I think it could shake out a few of the competitors. I wouldn't be at all surprised if quite a few men struggle a little bit at 2:22.
Pardon, 12 opustili, takže máme ve hře 11 závodníků z toho 13členného startovního pole. Tak, a tím prvním, který bude začínat na výšce 222 cm.
Doesn't tell the full story because, of course, Zayas, only showing 2 failures there, has just gone clear at 2:18.
První pokus na 222 cm, hned jak bude laťka nastavena.
It does tell you that 6 men are flawless, well, 7 if you include Jan Janků, who missed this height, but 6 men cleared both 2:13 and 2:18 at the first time of asking, and with some ease in some cases. So now we're getting ready, and it'll be Jan Portillo, the first man to attempt this height.
Mexiko, první pokus na 222 cm.
Portillo's gone over this height or better on 5 previous occasions, all of which were last year. But this will be an indoor best for him. His indoor best was set just a few minutes ago when he went over 2:18. Oh, what an excellent jump there from Jan Portillo. Flies clear.
Letošní nejlepší výkon. Tak popřejme, aby se stejně dařilo i tomu hero Shino Japonci, který je jako
Whoa,
druhý.
good daylight there between.
No,
Makes it
skvěle.
3 out of 3 on first attempts at 2:22.
Erik Portillo jako další, který bude mít první pokus na 222 cm.
Oh, what a superb jump that was from Shino. Now Eric Portillo, he's seen his younger brother go well clear at 2:22. Portillo has huge advantage in head-to-head duels with his brother. Not necessarily having won competitions, but finishing ahead of his brother in competitions. But brings the bar down.
Laťka na stojanech nevydržela, takže Erik bude, pokud chce následovat bratra, musí na podruhé.
Yeah, just leaves his leg just trailing a little bit.
Vadim Kravčuk.
Sometimes it's hard to bring them through quickly. Now Vadim Kravchuk.
První pokus na 222.
This would be a season's best for Kravchuk. Most of his best jumps have come indoors. So just focusing. Good clearance at 2:18. Oh, it stays up. It stays up.
Já si radši počkám na ten bílý praporek a už je tam, skvěle.
Rode his luck a little bit.
Úspěšný na poprvé na 222 cm. Edgar Rivera.
Had good height, just clipped it with the back of his thighs. Wobbled quite a lot, but it did stay on the stanchions. Now, Eric Rivera. Good clearance at 2:20, I should say 2:18 on the second attempt. Not this time.
Opravovat, bude mít další možnost. Ryoichi Akamatsu, Japonsko, zatím všechno na první
Equaled
pokus.
his own Mexican record here in Hustopece back in 2017 when he cleared 2:30. Improved that a bit more by 1 centimetre back in 2021. So has a personal best exactly the same as this man, Ryoichi Akamatsu. Akamatsu jumped 2:21 to claim 5th place at the Olympic Games. That brought him to attention of an awful lot of people. Oh, gets away with it, chopped his stride, but had enough speed. Was able to launch himself up into the air and across the bar. His coach might have a word with him about that, but nevertheless, first time clearance for Ryoichi Akamatsu. Now, Dmytro Nikitin. Driving in. Oh,
Těsně, ale bohužel zatím
I think I said
nemám.
there's only 2 Ukrainians. Of course, 3. I was overlooking Kravchuk.
Enrik Zajas.
We had Nikitin and Oleg Doroshuk, who's coming up shortly, competing in Trinec.
Ne, 233, pardon, 233.
It took him 3 attempts. When he got it right, flew over 218. So, Luis Zayas, former world under-20 champion, 2-time Pan American Games champion, and Zayas sails over 222. All those problems he had at his previous height seem to be behind him.
Na 218, teď jsme si spravili chuť a teď pojďme na Ukrajinu. Oleg Doroshuk.
Oleg Doroshuk
První pokus 222.
is the next man up. Oh, Jan Štefále's coming back in. It was by no means certain that Štefále was going to come back in, but he's indicated that he does want to jump at this height. Oh. Oh, Doroshuk clears comfortably. Then it'll be Štefále.
Do soutěže se nám teď vrací Jan Štefela, který v předcházející výšku
Nice effort from Doroshuk.
222 teď skáče, takže pojďte zafandit domácímu závodníkovi, kterým je Jan Štefela.
Oh,
Pořád je solid.
the confusion over whether Štefále wants the music or not. All got sorted out. Štefále. Oh!
Tak, bohužel.
That was just a poor jump.
Nezadařilo. Dámy a pánové, první pokus si uzavírá Korejec Sang-haek Wu s osobákem 236 a ten osobák
Looks like he just had to overstride to try and get to his takeoff point.
Sang-haek Wu.
Anyway, his coach, Yaroslav Barber, I'm sure he'll sort that out. So, Wung Sung-yok. Sung-yok. 236 is best, attempting 222 for the first time. Flies clear, no problem for Woo Sang-yok.
Tak. První pokusy jsou za námi, měl by následovat i druhý pokus, který bude mít Erik Poltio, po něm Edgar Rivera.
So now we begin the second attempts at 222 with Eric Portillo. Portillo's seen his younger brother go clear. He doesn't want to give up the role as the best high jumper in the family. Oh, wasn't that far away, but just left his legs trailing a little bit.
Ne, zatím ne. Edgar Rivera. Druhý pokus na 222 cm.
As you can see, it was just his heels that clipped off the bar. So, third of 3 Mexicans in this contest, and we've got 3 Ukrainians as well. Edgar Rivera. Didn't have a particularly good first attempt at 222. Then he bounced back at his previous height after struggling a little bit with his first attempt at 218 with a really good clearance. Oh, very similar to Portillo. They all train together when they're back in Mexico, in Chihuahua, up in the north of the country. Yeah, it was just his heels that took it off.
Ukrajina, druhý pokus 222 cm.
So Dmytro Nikitin. Seven men over this height. Dmitry Nikitin will be followed by Jan Janků. Driving in. Oh, once again, just takes it off with his heels. Just like the two Mexican men who preceded him, Rivera and Portillo. Jan Janků now, the tall Czechia athlete.
Jan Janků, druhý pokus na 222 cm.
Jan Janků milking the applause, and he did so to such great effect in Trinec. So he's now been over 2 meters 30 4 times in his career after Trinec. This is 222 though. No. Oh, he just looks very tired, doesn't he? I'm just wondering how much that Trinec competition took out of him. Really wasn't very much there. That was, once again, a poor jump, just like his first attempt at 222. So, 4 men having third attempts at this height. Eric Portillo, the first of them. So Portillo needs this to stay in the competition and avoid handing family supremacy over to his younger brother Jan, who sailed clear at 222 at his first attempt. Yes, finally! Not the best jump of his life. The bar stays up. Relief written all over Eric Portillo's face as he comes to down to earth on the mat, and it's Eric Rivera's turn now. So, Edgar Rivera's turn. Rivera, well, needs to dig deep and find the form that took him over 230. Oh no, Rivera leaves this competition. Still 2 Mexicans involved. The brothers, Jan and Eric Portillo.
So,
Dmytro Nikitin. He's watched his compatriots, Vadim Kravchuk and Oleg Doroshuk, go clear. And Nikitin make it. 3 Ukrainians attempting 225. So Nikitin, third and final attempt at 2:24. 2:22, I should say, and he goes clear.
Jan Štefela, třetí pokus, už neabsolvuje, soutěž ukončil, bohužel
nice jump there from Nikitin.
nedovolí v soutěži pokračovat.
And as soon as he clears the bar, I think he knew that was a successful effort. Sometimes you do know, well, you're still in the air before you even hit the landing mat.
Můžeme pokračovat na další postupné výšce, kterou bude 225 cm.
So the bar will go up to 225.
Nicméně pevně věříme, že to zranění nebude nějak vážné a že on zase stihne dát dohromady. Přeci jenom zahájil ve skvělé formě, jak jsem říkal, 230 cm a průběžné 11. místo v tom světové rankingu mu dává velkou šanci na to,
I'm seeing on my monitor that Štefala's retired, which is a huge pity. Maybe he's just feeling either tired or there's a small niggle. But he was in such great form in Trinec on Wednesday, clearing 2:30, and was so close on 2 of his 3 attempts at 2:34. Just wondering what the problem is there. Unfortunately, I won't be able to give you much news during the course of this live stream, but out of personal interest, I'll be certainly trying to find something out afterwards. Now you can see that little R means that Jan Štefela has retired. Still 9 men left in this competition, though, and a very high quality competition it is, with 9 men attempting 2:25. No less than 5 men are totally without failures. Flawless, you might say. Shino, Akamatsu, Kravchuk and Dorishuk, and Wu as well. Jan Portillo. Indoor best at 2:22 at the last height. Now 2:25. Only cleared this height on 2 previous occasions, both last year in the Mexican capital, Mexico City, at altitude. Oh! There was bags of height there. It was just more of a technical problem. Oh yes, just catches it with his backside. So Tomohiro Shino, straight over on his first attempt at his first 3 heights. Can he continue that flawless streak?
A první pokus na 25 pro Japonce Tomo.
Not that far away. Doesn't have much movement with his arms when he's in the air. Eric Portillo. 3 national titles to his name. In Rivera, we've been swapping supremacy in recent years as far as Mexican titles are being concerned. .225. Oh, excellent jump from Eric Portillo. He likes jumping in Hustopece, just looking down his statistics. 227 here in 2023 and 225 last year, like he's just done now.
Akcích je potřeba skočit opravdu tu světovou extra mnohdy přes 230, 232. Každopádně účastník olympijských her, který se ale nedostal do toho užšího finále, takže zkušenosti přece už má. A další v pořadí bude skákat zatím bez jediného zaváhání Ukrajinec Vadim Kravčuk.
Have to have a word with him and see what he's doing there with that drinks can. Interesting. That's Jan Janků. Just making sure who's who, I think. Maybe they all like that particular energy drink. Now, Vadim Kravčuk. Well, this would equal his personal best. He's jumped 225 on 2 previous occasions. In Kyiv in 2021 and Wuppertal last year. No, not on this occasion.
Pojďme dále. Připraven už je Japonec Ryoichi Akamatsu.
Well, they've got themselves out of order again. That should have been Akamatsu in front of Nikita. Just confusing the 2 Ukrainians. That's my fault. My apologies to Vadim Kravčuk and Dmytro Nikitin. It is Ryoichi Akamatsu. Akamatsu. 225. Oh, goes clear. There's good height there. Left his legs trailing a little bit, but gets away with it. Just his heels. Akamatsu's problem is because he's such a long, languid jumper. Sometimes just leaves his heels trailing.
No a připraven už je další z Ukrajinců Dmytro Nikitin.
So 2 men over this height. Eric Portillo and Ryoichi Akamatsu. Now, Dmytro Nikitin. No, really wasn't there. Just not enough height, not enough commitment.
Pokusy na 225, to co tedy pravidla dovolují. No a na 220 se rozjel kubánský atlet.
He just didn't really attack it strongly enough. Sometimes you can think you're giving it everything, but really aren't, and I think that was indicative of that particular jump. So, Luis Zayas. There's 2 men over at the moment. Can Zayas make it 3? Yes, he can. Showboating a little bit, but hey, why not once you've cleared 225? Although, as I say, his credentials are very good indeed, and certainly capable of going much, much higher. In his career has jumped 233 indoors and out. Jumped 230 in Hustopece back in 2022. As we now look at the man who finished 3rd last year, Oleg Doroshuk. Looking good, yes, nice. I'll tell you what, that's the best jump we've seen at 225. out of the 4 clearances. He was jumpy well in Trinech, and that is a first-rate effort there from Doroshuk, going clear at the first time of asking at 2 meters 25 for the 2024 European bronze medalist. Sung-Yuk Woo. This is first competition of 2025. Preparing. Nevertheless, attacking, looking good, yes. Well, I think he's just trumped Doroshuk for the best jump of the men who've gone clear at 225. Whoa, magnificent jump there from Woo Sung-Yuk. Jan Portillo now, second attempts for the Mexican. 5 men to take second attempts, and if necessary, third. Just taking his time once again. Yeah, what's the crowd behind him? This would be an indoor best, another indoor best. As I said earlier, he's only jumped this title better on 2 other occasions. Nicely done. Oh! Both him and the crowd thought it was going clear. There's that tennis ball. It's just acting as a safety buffer on a little bit of the stanchions. That was what got knocked off earlier. What a pity. I thought that was going to stay up for Jan Portillo. So, Tomohiro Shino now. Well, he flew high, but just left his legs trailing. So Shino has a third attempt. Next up.
Nejlepšího osobního výkonu, tedy personal best, se pokusí na 225 a na druhý pokus Vadim Kravčuk.
Vadim Kravčuk, the next man to jump. This would equal his best. We saw Nagisa Takahari jump 2 personal bests in the women's event. It'd be great to see a personal best in the men's. Maybe we will do as the bar gets higher. We've still got a lot of men in this competition. It was a bit more of a committed jump than his first effort, but still brings the bar down. Brings it down with his backside, but definitely much more committed than his first attempt. So, Kravchuk followed by his compatriot, Dmitry Nikitin. Bit of a lackluster effort, the first attempt. Maybe you can draw inspiration from watching Kravchuk. Kravchuk gave it everything with his second attempt. Oh, much better jump from Nikitin.
Perfektní skok a tento
Excellent effort.
medaile zejména z těch mládežnických světových a evropských šampionátů, tak tady už potvrzuje svoji kvalitu mezi seniory a překonává laťku ve výšce 220.
That's his best jump for 4 years. Has a personal best of 228.
O jeho nejlepší sezónní výkon v roce 2020.
Personal best came in 2017 and was then equaled in 2021. So, Nikitin inspired Jan Janků.
K třetím pokusům na 225. Připraven je Mexičan Jair Portillo.
3 men having third attempts at 2 meters 25. You can see all the volunteers and youngsters involved in this competition also having a great time. And Eric Portillo, well, practicing a few dance moves as well. Portillo with the towel wrapped around his waist, trying to keep a little bit warm. Freezing temperatures outside in Hustopece this evening. Oh, so close. It's probably there in the near future. Jumped 225 and 227 last year in Mexico City, which of course is altitude and certainly helpful to jumpers. But at something like sea level, it's almost there. So, Tomohiro Shino. Yes, he's got it. He's nailed it. And he is very rightly pleased with himself. Did everything right there. And good height indeed. And he was technically very strong above the bar. Brought his legs through well, very quickly.
No a třetí pokus má k dispozici také Vadim Kravčuk.
So now we have 7 men clear at 225. This is a very high quality competition. Hustopece is known for producing good results, but even by the standards that we often see in this Czech town, this is a very good competition. Vadim Kravčuk now. This would equal his personal best. He's got to give it everything. Go for it, Vadim. No, not quite. But that was a very good attempt. Best of his 3 without a doubt. Still got 7 men in this contest, and the bar's going to go up to 228.
Zvyšujeme na 228 cm.
228 cm další postupná výška. Spočítáme si závodníky, kteří nám zůstali v soutěži. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mám to dobře? Zkontrolujte mě výborně.
There's the scorecard as it stands at the moment. Still Akamatsu, Doroshook and Wu, flawless, as I like to say.
Postupná výška Hustopeckého skákání Akrotek 2025.
In addition to Akamatsu, Doroshook and Wu, of course, 4 other men in this competition. Eric Portillo, flying the flag for Mexico. Former world under-20 champion Luis Zayas, and then Dmytro Nikitin of Ukraine. And a second Japanese jumper, Tomohiro Shino. So 2 Ukrainians, 2 Japanese, a Korean, a Mexican, and a Cuban. Quite a cosmopolitan lineup as the bar goes up to 228. Athletes just trying to stay warm as the officials raise the bar and just get it 100%.
Tak, zdá se, že všechno bohužel zatím se nezadařilo.
So Shino taking his time before getting into his run. Just really wasn't there, was it? It would have been a personal best indoors, but he's already done that with his 2:25 clearance. Now this will equal Eric Portillo's personal best under any circumstances. Jumped 2:28 in Birmingham 2 years ago when he had a very good indoor season. Once again, just trying to get the crowd behind him. No, wasn't there at all. Nevertheless, 2 more attempts for Portillo.
První pokus na výšce 228 cm Ryoichi Akamatsu.
So Ryoichi Akamatsu follows on. Second of the 2 Japanese jumpers still remaining in this competition. This would equal his personal best, which came last year in Astana when he won the Asian Championships there in the Kazakh capital. Ooh, bit hurried, a bit rushed, but the height is there. And we see that replay. Yes, perhaps a little bit too far out. Didn't quite hit his marks.
Dmytro Nikitin.
So Dmytro Nikitin. This would equal his personal best under any circumstances. Nobody over this height so far. No, didn't have the height, wasn't particularly committed.
zatím nejúspěšnější na 228 cm. Luis Enrique Zayas, Kuba. A první pokus na 228 cm.
Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para darle alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, hey Macarena. Hey Macarena, Macarena, Macarena. Hey, put the chopper on a nigga, turn him to a sprinter. Bitches on my dick, tell them give me 1 minute. Hey Macarena.
So it's Luis Zayas' turn to try and become the first man to clear this height. No, he brings it down as well. Not the best of attempts from Zayas.
Změnit to může Ukrajinec Oleg Doroščuk. Doroščuk bez muziky a v klidu.
So 2 men remaining to take their attempts. Oleg Doroščuk and Woo Sung-hyuk, as we see on the replay, Luis Zayas looking very rueful. I think he realises that perhaps he could have done a little bit better. So it's all gone quiet. Oh, and he clears, the first man clear. But that lays down the gauntlet to Woo Sung-hyuk.
A já věřím, že tím druhým bude Sang-hyuk Wu, korejský závodník s osobákem 236.
Bar wobble, but it stays up.
Tady věčně usmívavý Korejec a jeho první pokus na
Already cleared 230 this year, Doroščuk. Cleared that height in Lviv in January. So Woo Sung-hyuk, how does he respond to Oleg Doroščuk? He, on his very best form, is a really determined competitor. Saw that in 2022 when he had a great indoor season, which led all the way to taking that world indoor title in Belgrade. So Woo Sung-hyuk, 228, and he's wonderfully clear. Magnificent effort. And a little bit of a celebration there from Woo Sung-hyuk. So, Oleg Doroščuk and Woo Sung-hyuk over 228 in this superb high jump competition. Another 5 men to take their second attempts. So, Tomohiro Shino. No, it wasn't there at all. Just lost focus, lost concentration.
Zatím ne. Eric Portillo, Mexiko, druhý ze závodníků, jeho druhý pokus na 228 cm. Eric Portillo s osobákem 228, tím by si ho vyrovnal. Loni skočil 227 a letos má
Ruefully, perhaps even slightly embarrassed grin there from Tomohiro Shino. So it's Eric Portillo's turn. This would equal his personal best.
Tak, pojďme zafandit, přátelé.
Mentioned just a few minutes ago when he attempted this at the first time of asking, jumped 2:28 in Birmingham in 2023. Last year, like this year, has cleared 2:25 in Hustopece. Getting the crowd. Charismatic character really engages with the crowd. Now attacking. No. It's just not there at 2:28 on that attempt. Ryuichi Akamatsu's turn now. This would equal his personal best indoors. Has jumped 2:31 outdoors last summer. Jumped 2:28 in Astana to win the Asian Indoor Championships 2 years ago. Akamatsu getting the crowd behind him as well. No problems there. They're 100% involved with this competition. Oh, it was not that far away for Akamatsu. Second time failure for Akamatsu. He's got one more left. Now, Dmitry Nikitin wasn't particularly close with his first attempt at 2:28, which would equal his personal best under any circumstances. 2:28 as a teenager. He finished second in an absolutely brilliant European under-20 competition in Grosseto back in 2017. Lucky enough to be there and commentating on it. Also jumped 2:28 indoors in Kyiv 4 years ago. No, not really there. Something's going to have to change if he's going to have a decent crack at this height with his third attempt. Wondering if 2:25 was just perhaps the limit of his expectations. Nevertheless, he's having a pretty reasonable indoor season. So, Luis Zayas has had a couple of good clearances at earlier heights. But 2:28 first time of asking wasn't that good. So here's the Cuban, the former world under-20 champion. No. Seemed to chop his stride just a little bit, just approaching the bar as he was coming off his turn. So nobody else yet joining Ole Doroshuk and Woo Song-hyuk. So, third attempts for 5 men, starting with Tomohiro Shino.
Možná se postavíme, ono, jak dlouho sedíte, tak vám budou tvrdnout nohy.
These 3 attempts, trying to accelerate. It was a rather slow first part of his run-up, and then suddenly changed gear. But it wasn't quite enough to get him over 2:28 on this occasion. So Shino leaves the competition. down in 7th place as a result of those two failures at 2:25 before going clear. What's he at? Equal fourth at the moment. 3 attempts to get him at 2:22 before going clear straight away at 2:25. So off the podium at the moment in Hustopece. Fourth last year. No. It'll be 2 years in succession that he finishes fourth in Hustopece. Unless anybody else goes clear.
Jako výsledek dnešního závodu. Japonec Ryoichi Akamatsu je další, který se bude pokoušet na potřetí zdolat laťku ve výšce.
Didn't really have the height. Took it off.
Moc si přejeme,
the
aby
small of his back.
plejády to zdolal, abychom měli 3 na výšku 231. Já doufám, že to bude
Well, Ryoichi Akamatsu had a really good second attempt. Wasn't that far away. Just 2 men clear. Oleg Doroshuk and Woo Sung-yeok, the men who finished second and third last year. And at the moment, looking as though they've got 2 places on the podium between them as well once again. So this would equal his indoor best if he can go clear at the 3rd time of asking. Almost up until this moment. No failures at earlier heights. Oh! Yeah, decent attempt, not a bad attempt at all for Ryoichi Akamatsu. So Dmytro Nikitin, as you heard the infield announcer saying, and also Luis Zayas to have their 3rd and final attempts at this height to see whether they can join the 2 men that have gone clear. Nikitin. 2 rather lackluster attempts at this height. Really needs to dig deep and find something special to equal his personal best. Well, gritting his teeth, and that wasn't a bad attempt at all. That was certainly the best of his 3 attempts, but literally and metaphorically, he bows out.
Tím posledním, který má 3. pokus, je v tuto chvíli Luis Enrique Zayas z Kuby.
So, Luis Zayas, now 27 years of age, turned the clock back to 2016 and he was the world under-20 champion. Since then, was placed in the top 6 at the last 3 World Athletics Championships, 4th in 2023 in Budapest, 5th in 2019 in Doha, and 6th in Eugene. Lying down in 7th at the moment. Oh, he was so close there. That was a very good attempt. But Zayas leaves this competition. Well, Zayas, very popular man in Hustopece. Third here, back in 2022. When one of the men still in the competition, Woo Sung-yeok, won the competition. So the bar is now going to go up to 231. 2 men still in. Oleg Doroshuk and Woo Sung-yeok. Well, last year, Doroshuk cleared 231 on 2 occasions outdoors, but this would be a personal best for him. Undercover at least.
Ten klid, co jste tady předvedli, člověk by slyšel i spadnout špendlík, pak bohužel takový hromadný povzdech. Já jsem si vzpomněl hned na to velké výškařské finále.
So this would also equal the world lead set by Stefano Sotile of Italy in Venheim in Germany last night. Has to be said, both men look very good at 2:28 with their clearances. Wouldn't be surprised if one or both of them go clear at 2:31. But that is all in the future, albeit in the very near future, coming up very shortly.
A Jan Janků. Oba dva, přátelé, skáčou ve skvělé formě, teď to bude hodně i na vás a uvidíme. Zabudou tito dva borci chtít vaši podporu. Čas běží, na stojanech je 231 cm a jako první Oleg
Once again, there's the scorecard, as you can see, and both men without any failures whatsoever to their name. So the first man to attempt this new height of 2:31 meters, Oleg Doroshuk. As I say, this would be a height that equals his personal best and an indoor best for the Ukrainian. Not wasting any time, attacking the bar, not that far away. A pretty good attempt for the European bronze medalist in Rome last summer. Also got 4th at the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow and 6th at the Olympic Games. Never won a major title, but did take silver medals at the European Under-20 Championships and the European Under-23 Championships in 2019 and 2023 respectively. And if you're following age group competitions, we will have live streams from those two competitions coming up this summer. European Under-23 Championships in July coming to you from Bergen in Norway, and the European Under-20 Championships from Tampere in Finland in August. I do know there's very, very avid audience for the European Under-20 and Under-23 Championships out there, and once again it's going to be covered extensively every single minute on the European Athletics live streams. Now, here today in Hustopece in the south of Czechia, it's Woo Sung-hyuk to take his first attempt at 2:31 meters. Well, cleared a Korean record of 2:36 in Hustopece in 2022 when he won here. Finished second last year with a clearance of 2:33. 2:31 at the moment is on the menu for Woo in Hustopece in 2025. Very good ability at focusing and concentrating. First attempt, 2:31. Gets it, nails it. Absolutely brilliant clearance from Woo Sung-hyuk. The Korean lays down the gauntlet to Ukraine's Oleg Doroshuk. I think that just says to the audience in the Municipal Sports Hall in Hustopece, I'm the boss.
Hustopečském skákání atlet dostal přes 230 cm a je to, přátelé, světový unikát.
What a superb clearance from Woo Sung-hyuk.
Kde je meeting zanedlouho, se tyto dva meetingy střídají v tom prvenství.
So 3 years almost to the day since he cleared a Korean record of 2:36 in Hustopece. He's over 2:31 now. Just wondering whether Doroshuk is suggesting that he might take his 2 remaining attempts at a higher height. Just waiting for confirmation of that. It could be. Yes. There you go. My check is a little bit limited, but I certainly, thanks to a mixture of Oleg Doroshuk's body language and knowing a few numbers in Czech, managed to work out that the bar is going up to 2:33, and Oleg Doroshuk will take his remaining 2 attempts at that height.
Takže dámy a pánové, Oleg Doroshuk, Jan Janků.
You are allowed to do that. You cannot follow the rising bar, and you're only eliminated when you actually have 3 consecutive failures.
Oleg Doroščuk taky kolikátý? Asi 33. jsme to počítali, že jo? 33. v tom celkovém pořadí. Tak. Takže těšíme se, co nám
The meeting record here in Hustopece, 2:38, held by Ivan Ukrov, who jumped that height in 2:11, and Gianmarco Tamberi, 2:38, was cleared by the great Italian in 2016. Had a wonderful campaign and went on to win the World Indoor title that year. Did it? No. Yes, it was the World Indoor title that year. Cleared a 2:39. So Oleg Doroščuk now getting ready to take his first attempt at 2:33. Second attempt in terms of his attempts, consecutive attempts. Attacking, he's doing well. Oh, not a bad attempt. And indeed, in Trinec, had a couple of good attempts at 2:32 as well. So, not overly ambitious, one would say. Should also add that Ryuichi Akamatsu is confirmed in third place, having been flawless up to and including 2:25.
Takže Oleg Doroščuk má v tuto chvíli vlastně jeden pokus na 233 centimetrech.
Doroščuk, formidable competitor, but he doesn't actually win that many competitions outside of Ukraine. Yes, last year he didn't win a single competition outside of Ukraine, but placed second, third, and fourth in an awful lot of them. Just looking back through the stats as well for Doroščuk. As we wait for Woo Sung-hyuk. Is Woo Sung-hyuk actually going to take his first attempt at this height, or is he going to pass further upwards? Waiting for confirmation.
Tak.
Well, I've just looked at Oleg Doroščuk's statistics, and the last time he actually won an overseas competition outside of Ukraine, as I say, he's got a myriad of second, third, and fourth places. It was actually back in 2021 when he won the Balkan Under-20 title in Istanbul. So he's battling here for his first overseas win in 3.5 years. Oh, can he rise to the occasion? He is a formidable competitor. He gets it right on the big occasion. Gets good placings, no doubt at all. As I say, it's doesn't win many competitions outside Ukraine. 2:33 now to throw down the gauntlet to Woo Sung-hyuk. No. So he finishes second in this competition after third last year. One place further up the podium, but it's Woo Sung-hyuk who will stand on the very top of that podium. Nice little acrobatic backward flip. It was a fair attempt. Maybe the first one at 2:33 was the better. So now we have to wait and see what height Woo Sang-yok is going to choose. 235?
Tomu bude chybět centimetr k tomu, aby si
little bit surprised about that. Having got the competition won, I thought, well, of course, these sort of heights, every centimetre matters, but I would have thought he might have hazarded an attempt at 237, an improvement on his Korean record. Anyway, I'm not the man out there. I'm not the man who's having the spotlight shone on him.
Sang-yok-woo, Korea, první pokus za malou chvíli na výšce 235 cm. Samozřejmě Korejec je vítězem této kategorie už v tuto chvíli.
So Woo Sang-yok having the bar raised to 235. He's regained the title of the King of Hustopece after winning this competition in 2022. Excellent start to his campaign, which I'm sure is going to lead all the way to Nanjing and the World Indoor Championships next month. Scheduled to also jump in Banska Bystrica as well on the 18th of February, which, as I've said once or twice, never hurts to say it again, will be on the European Athletics live stream on the website and YouTube channels. Woo Sang-yok, like the winner Eleanor Patterson, was a world under-18 champion in Donetsk back in 2013. So, no music this time for Mr. Woo. Oh, Mr. Woo, what can you do? 235. Focusing, concentrating. As I said, he's the master of mental rehearsal. First attempt, 235. Not that far away for Woo Sang-yok. Two more attempts to come, though, for the Korean.
Za malou chvíli druhý pokus.
Přátelé, já musím říct, že jste skvělí. To jsou úplně epické momenty.
Last year he opened his season with 233 in Hustopece. Hustopece has become something of a tradition for him to open his season in the last few years.
200, je to tak, 237. Takže přátelé, dva pokusy na 237 cm.
Offering his expertise, and there we go. 237, he's got nothing to lose. He might as well have a crack at the Korean record. And two attempts at this height. As you saw with Oleg Doroshouk. Doroshouk had one failure at 231 and then followed the moving bar up to 233. In this case, Woo Sang-yok, one failure at 235. The bar's now going up to 237, and this would be a Korean record for Woo Sang-yok.
To by byl jeho osobák. Byl by to jeho osobák. Ale přátelé, v hustopeckých tabulkách by zbyl v tuto chvíli
3 minutes just to prepare himself.
První dvě místa patří Gianmarco Tamberi a Ivan Uchov 238. Tak ať to skočí a pak ještě přidá, aby se dostal do čela tady těhleté hustopecké tabulky.
Přesně, je to vysoko, je to hrozivé, ale na Hustopeče a na první se to pořád ještě nemá.
Taking their time, they just want to be 100% accurate. They get everything right. This, of course, World Athletics promulgated facility, even though it's a temporary facility. It adheres to World Athletics regulations. It's part of the World Athletics Indoor Tour, which you can see there on the banner just above the line of sight as far as the TV cameras are concerned.
Předpokládám, že hustopečáci znají. Tak, přátelé, Sang Hayek Wu je připraven.
So he's already equaled the world lead with his 231 clearance.
Pojďme na to. Přátelé, to už je na postavení.
What more can he do?
A teď pojďme pořádně, obujme se do toho.
Said he's got absolutely nothing to lose. Stands at equal fight on the Asian all-time rankings. Necessarily moving up a place. Oh, just wasn't there, just
Tak bohužel zatím se nezadařilo.
just lost a little bit of his form on the run-up. He was stuttering into the last few strides. You can see it, yes, he was just chopping. I think he was even probably looking down at his mark, so just lost a bit of concentration there. But it's a pretty tall ask, 237. 237 led the world last year. Gianmarco Tamberi clearing that height to win the European Athletics Championships title in Rome in front of his home audience. This is higher than was even required to win the Olympic Games. So one final attempt for Woo Sung-hyuk at 237, which would be an improvement on his own Korean record by a centimetre.
No přátelé, ještě než se do toho předobujeme, tak já vyplním tu mezírku. Ty skvělé úspěchy už tady zaznělo. Skvělý osobní rekord, který má Korejec právě tady z
opting for the quiet approach this time.
Což je vůbec národní korejský rekord v hale. Vítěz diamantové ligy v tom finále na tom památném svatostánku americké atletiky v Eugene v roce 2023 zvítězil výkonem 235 cm. Na světovém šampionátu v
to his
Glasgow
2025 campaign already from Woo Sung-hyuk.
Jestli jste to viděli v televizi, tak vzpomínáte i na to, že kdyby třeba Honza Štefela tam trošičku se mu povedl ten jeden skok, tak by to bylo hodně zajímavé, protože když se podíváte na výsledky posledních let, tak stříbro za 228
Europe, in the Czech Republic. As I say, in 10 days' time, he's got the Banska Bystrica meeting in his diary. Sure, he might be competing in one or two other meetings. Not going to compete a lot. Then he'll go back to Korea and probably prepare for a couple of weeks ahead of the World Indoor Championships. But certainly jumping 231 secures his entry. Just revising one of his intermediate marks. So once again, just taking his time, just focusing and concentrating. This is third and final attempt. Second attempt actually at this height, but he had one earlier at 235. When he cleared 236, didn't attempt another height after that. Just decided he'd done enough for the day. So 237. Oh, that was a good attempt. That is a really good attempt. But the competition comes to an end in Hustopece. As so often the case with high jump competitions, it ends in failure. But notwithstanding that, there's a huge smile on Woo Sung-hyuk's face as he takes the applause of the crowd. He wins the men's competition in Hustopece with 2 meters and 31 centimeters. Superb start to the year for the Korean, and the end of a very, very good quality competition in terms of depth. If we look at it again, he was very close there. I think he can be very pleased with that attempt. So, congratulations between all the other competitors. Tall man in the middle, just leaning on the judges' table, is Oleg Doroshuk, who finishes second. Doroshuk finished second in Trinec, second here. As I said, if you have to turn the clock back to 2021, when he actually won an overseas competition outside of Ukraine, but he just finishes second and third all the time, it seems. He's signing a couple of autographs, Doroshuk, and the rest of them milling around. There's Luis Zayas wandering around in that orange top. Left-hand side of your screen, you can see Jan Portillo. A few more autographs being signed by Woo Song-yok over to the right-hand side of your screen.
V tom double skoku Jarda Bába a Honza Janků drží světový rekord 221 cm. Jo? 221 cm v tom double skoku drží čeští reprezentanti.
So the proceedings just been wrapped up. They'll very quickly get the top 6 towards the medal ceremony. This competition, well, it's certainly a thrilling competition, but it's been a long day. Almost 5 hours out there in the middle of the arena for the presenters, the announcers, and what are we going to have here? What's Edgar Rivera doing out there? And Eric Portillo? Well, they've got this little routine where they do a synchronized jump together. I'm just wondering whether we're going to see a little bit of that.
Tak, ano, správně.
So there's Kwak, just giving Woo Song-yok time to just get his tracksuit back on, make sure he's nice and warm. So here's Kwak. I think Kwak's going to have a go. No. Not the worst attempt we've seen all day, but wasn't very close to getting over the bar. Maybe lose a few kilos. Yes. Stay off the meat and potatoes, which is a very prevalent dish in this part of Czechia. You might have more of a fighting chance of getting over the bar. Not quite sure what height the bar is at, actually.
Double
skok. Yeah, I think he's probably at about 185. So just keeping the crowd entertained while Woo Song-yok's just stretching and just winding down after a very good competition. So Eric Portillo and Edgar Rivera getting the crowd behind them. Got the t-shirts on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and over. Well, that was a bit rubbish, lads. Come on. I've seen you do this before. Are they going to have another go? Off 5 strides, which is probably about half their run-up, really. Who was it who brought the bar down? Looks like Ribera, nearest to you. His backside going over it. Maybe he's just feeling a bit tense or a bit cramped after the competition. So we're going to have another attempt. All a bit of fun. That was better. That's the way to do it. I've seen them do that before in a couple of places. Nicely done, lads. Very interested to see how high they could jump simultaneously together, but I don't think we're actually going to see many more jumps.
2 metry. Tak ještě jeden skok. A to bude ten poslední údajně.
Ribera got his backside up that time. Are they going to call it a day, or are they going to have another go? The thing is, with high jump spikes, you've got to keep a little bit of distance between you. Otherwise, you're going to be snagging one another. Those spikes, they're probably using 6mm spikes. They can still cause a nasty gash if you get caught. Yeah. I'm just wondering whether they've put the bar up to something like about 2 meters. They seem to be taking their run up back a little bit.
200 cm na stojanech, double skok, Edgar Rivera a Eric Portillo.
So, here we go. Three, 4, 5. Oh, not this time.
Stačí. Tak, dámy a pánové,
Yeah, that's it. Take a bow.
Mimochodem, v tom se soutěží, takže třeba příští rok už uděláme soutěž.
Perhaps a little bit more practice. Nevertheless, good entertaining fun.
Dámy a pánové, ceny budou předávat paní starostka města Hustopečí, paní doktorka Hana Podtěšilová, pan inženýr Martin Rada za firmu Agrotech Hustopeče.
Great afternoon and evenings high jumping. Eleanor Patterson winning the women's competition with 194 just over 2 hours ago. And now we're just about to have the medal presentation for the men's competition. And as I said, Patterson winning the World Under-18 title in Donetsk back in 2013. So too the winner of the men's competition, Woo Sung-hyuk.
A já věřím, že v letošním roce se probojuje snad na mistrovství České republiky v této disciplíně. Tak to je Vendula Sejová.
Skvěle. Tak. A já mám pocit, že všechny předávající jsem představil a teď závodníky. Dámy a pánové, první místo Sang Haek-woo.
In contrast to many medal presentations where they have the lower placed competitors coming on first, the top man takes the top billing and is the first man to be presented. And Woo Sung-hyuk, I can just see where he is. They're just calling them forward. Here's Oleg Doroshuk. He's on the second place on the podium. We've lost Woo Sung-hyuk.
Ryoichi Akamatsu, 225 cm, Japonec.
Ryuichi Akamoto. There he is, Woo. Yes.
Eric Portillo.
So there's the 3 top place competitors from left to right. Oleg Doroshuk second with 228. In the middle, Woo Sung-hyuk over 231. And Ryuichi Sakamoto in third place. Flawless up to and including 225. And that gets him third place on countback from the 2 men to his left. Luis Zayas and Eric Portillo. And in 6th place, Dmitry Nikotin. All those men over 225. And, well, I just wonder what he did with his other one from 2022, whether it's sitting on a cupboard or on his mantelpiece somewhere in Korea. Sharka Kasparkova also assisting with the presentation. There's the three men. Oleg Doroshuk dwarfing Woo Sung-hyuk to his left, and then Ryuichi Akamatsu, I should say. And Luis Zayas, Eric Portillo, and Dmitry Nikitin getting the chance to squeeze onto the podium as well. Well, with the top six in the men's competition all on the podium, I think it's time for me, Phil Minchell, to say goodnight. And I hope you've enjoyed our presentation of the Hustopečské SKÁKÁNÍ, the Hustopece indoor high jump competition, which once again proved to be one of the best specialist high jump competitions in the world. See you soon, because we've got plenty more coming to you on the European Athletics live streaming channels, including the website and also the YouTube channel. And don't forget, European Athletics will be live streaming every single minute of the European Athletics Indoor Championships, coming to you from Apeldoorn in the Netherlands between the 6th and the 9th of March. But once again, it's time to say good night from Hustopece.
Tak přátelé, my si tady dáme teda rozhovor v korejštině ještě. Já tady mám překladatele, takže vlastně I can speak English on you, you can speak in Korean and back. Okay, perfect. So first, congratulations. Great old competition. I hope that you enjoyed it. And can you tell me what you think about the audience? Because this is, I think, a little bit non-traditional, because you are very close to whole audience, you can hear everything. And what do you think about it? Because I know you are winner of Diamond League, you have experiences from Olympic game, from World Championship, from World Indoor Championship, where are thousands and thousands people. Now it was a little bit different, but what do you think about it? And what do you think about the atmosphere and the connection with the audience here in Hustopece? You can speak in native if you want. Speak in native.
한국어로. 네. 네. 이제 여기 후스토페체 사람들이 많아서 저는 항상 여기 왔을 때부터 이제 좋은 에너지를 받고 너무 좋은 점프를 할 수 있어서 너무 여기 올 때마다 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다. Yeah, even when he came to Hustopece from 2022, and then it has a great experience because of the victory of the audience. Yeah, and he think that this is a great place to jump. So anyway, he loved this place, and then he loved Hustopece.
It means that